See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon her homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.
Even politicians spread lies on him, but we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people they respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm we. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Now build no houses, them now build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them are them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them are talk, them are the one who are crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Say from him, say up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Them fight, build no houses, them now build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them are them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them are talk, them are the one who are crazy. Fight.
Greetings and salutations, everyone.
For the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say. Fight for the people every day.
Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you say.
Yeah. We're here live and in living color once again.
The people them set spice for them. Even politicians spread lies.
Thank you all for the well wishes,
Them not wise like
expressions of concern.
them not ties on him. Them know said
It's good to be back.
rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus.
Blessings, Elaine.
One hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm me.
Janet, I'm feeling much better. Thank you very much.
Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for
All right, now,
every
blessings.
defending your rights. I saw him stand them fight for the people every day.
That's Extasian.
Risk them life for the people
Extian, sorry. You know, I always mix up your name. Even when I say it in my head.
every day.
Extian, fun, funk.
Him stand them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Yeah, Lindell, we love the tune, you know. Courtesy of Mr. Ed Robinson.
Yeah, our people need to see the light. Turn it up bright.
And it's all about another edition of Raising of Rattigan,
Risk them life
where, of course,
every day. Get
we address issues
every day.
as it relates to our nation home.
We'll fight for the people every day.
Of course, as a Jamaican, wherever you are,
Get criticized for
no matter what people tell you, you have a say on what goes on in your nation. Yeah?
up all eyes on him. And defend the people them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him.
Alright, you say you can't hear me?
Them know say that the people
Oh, you can't hear me. I don't understand.
said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie,
Merlin, greetings.
rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can just
World to the world.
fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people
Much love and blessings to you.
in your rights.
Listen, those of you who have not done so yet,
People every day. Risk them
please go ahead and click on the like button.
life for the people every
Share it with some friends. Call a friend, friends of a friend. Friend of your enemy, enemy of your friend, or an enemy too. Call up somebody, anybody, everybody. Everybody who you know is Jamaican and those who love Jamaica.
Take them off the handle, but to the most time.
You definitely want to connect, link up.
Eyes him. Cause when the man now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one.
Go on the website JLDF.net, make your donations, and remember, you can donate as often as you wish. You can donate as much as you wish. It's a donation, and you want to definitely, if you're in a position to, you're one of those people that go to one of them, what do you call them, signature coffee stores, and you regularly buy your 3, 4, 5 cups of coffee and drinks. Sacrifice one of them now, please, and thanks, once a week, and make your donation. Go on OJLDF.net, click on the donate button. You can donate and specify where you want your donation to go. You want it to go to the foundation? Cool. It goes to the foundation. You want it to go to Hurricane Relief? Yeah, that can happen too. Specify where you want it. You want it to go to the Buchanan, and I'm listening to different things in my ear. No, it's gone out of my head. People, you know what I'm talking about, right? I don't want to say the hearing. It's not the hearing, but you want to donate to whichever, and it will come back to me. You know it will come back to me because it doesn't leave me very often. But addressing multiple things right now, and it's out of my head. But you specify where you want your donation to go. That's the bottom line. And so, of course, you go and click on donate, and you do so. You call some friends and you tell them, hey, listen, you can do the same thing. $1, $2, $3, $3 a week, $10 a week, whichever it is that works for you. The appeal, thank you, Juliet. Julie, Juliet, I truly appreciate love the fact that you helped me out with appeal. I couldn't get the word out. It was there on the tip of my tongue, stuck in the back of my head somewhere. Yes, Daniel, the appeal. If you want to donate to the appeal, you can do so because you know the money is needed. Um, and so you choose where you want to donate to. No, nobody dictates to you how your donations work. You dictate to the organization how you want your donations to go. And you can actually demand to see results. You know, where was it sent? Can you prove that it was sent there? Any organization that you donate to has a responsibility to you to provide you with that information. Otherwise, you just don't donate to them anymore. That's what it boils down to, plain and straight. Yeah? All right, so go ahead and make your donations. The commercial was played earlier. We'll play it again for you. Some of you missed it, and that's okay. That's quite okay. Will be joining us in just a few. A little bit real quick. Those of you who are in the South Florida area, Hearts for Jamaica puts on their benefit concert tomorrow, Sunday the 14th. Now, this is the same concert that was postponed before because the city of Riviera Beach said, listen, this thing is bigger than we thought. Let's wheel and come again. And so if you're able to, the admission is really just a bag of donations. And the focus, of course, is on non-perishables. There is not right now a drive for you to donate clothes, but for those who that is what they have to donate, there will be a collection area there for it. This is happening at the Dan Calloway Tate Recreation Park in Riviera Beach. So if you're in the South Florida area, Palm Beach, Broward County, Miami, you want to take the drive. If you're up in Port St. Lucie and you can drive down, yes. Those who are in the Indian Town area, come on out, give your support. The lineup is massive, can I tell you? And the event goes from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So please show up and let your love be felt. Let me not say let your voices be heard, but let your love be felt, yeah? Bring your bag of goods, and that's all you need. Get on in and be a part of it.
People every day, risk of life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. From him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him.
Tell you about doing multiple things at once, making sure everything's out and straight, you know, we're good to go. Also, coming up right after the broadcast, right after Reason with Rattigan, you get to hang out with me a little bit and relax and shake a leg or two. The Saturday stew, you know, it happens 8 p.m. straight until 10. And then the rebel, y'all get to relax with the rebel. And some people vexed and upset for the past 2 weeks. Things never happened for them. And no, things happened last week. It's just I didn't happen last week. No, y'all didn't get to dance last week because Will went on with the reasoning for an extended period. And so y'all got extra last week. Not happening this week. We're cutting off at 8. I come back on with the Saturday stew, and then Will comes back as the rebel at 10 p.m. Bring your dancing shoes, because if I don't get you rocking tonight, he surely will. It goes up until 12. And listen, people, keep prayers up for Dr. Love. He still has not recovered in his area from the damage that Melissa brought to his neighborhood, and he's pushing through, yes, but the damage has been extensive, and he's trying to get his life back to a place where it is often said we're an incident away from a great depression. It happens on a personal scale and on a larger scale, and as long as we can stay in touch and send a kind word, if we can send a $20, then these little things go a big way. Trust me. I've spoken with the man, well, not verbally. We sent messages this week, and he said, "Listen, I'm still here struggling, but where there's life, there's hope. We'll pull through." This is what family, and you'd have to be blood to be family. This is what family does. We support each other, we help each other, and we pull through. All right, so that is something to keep in mind. When Will comes on, he will take you through a couple of the things that he has lined up as it relates to his side of presenting to you. But today's broadcast, you're gonna need to really get ready for this one, because there are some things here that we're addressing, and some simple questions that we have to ask that are things that make you go, Some things we take for granted. Some things, excuse me, some things just happen and we ignore it, not recognizing or realizing how serious that thing could be. And so, as we go through the broadcast, we can't emphasize it enough that we're actively listening. And as I go through the engagement or norms a little bit later on, I'll reiterate this. It's important that we're paying attention to what it is that we're here present for. Because, of course, there will be some people that would say some things that are just out of a next field, not even left field, not even in the same park, as detractors and distractors. We have monitors that are quick on the draw. I've begged for a few from time to time, but understand, you mess up, you're gone. I can't help everybody. I can't beg for everybody. And so, well, Merle, you spoke with Dr. Love, yeah, right. And this is what we're talking about, people. So reach out if you can. But yes, those who are distractors and detractors, you will be removed. Whether it is timeout or blocked, you just won't be on the broadcast anymore. And this information is for everybody. Some might not take it too well because of their political affiliations, and they see politics over country. And that is fine. You can choose to do that. It is not wise, but it is fine. Okay? So we're not beating up anybody about it. This is what it is. For those of you who are concerned or interested in the Hearts for Jamaica concert, you can just search for that. Hearts for Jamaica benefit concert. It's all over social media. It's everywhere. You'll find it. You're in South Florida. You know some people in South Florida. Send them over there. It's from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And believe me, event is shutting down. Literally shutting down 10 p.m. If not completely, then the lights are turned off already. I don't know if the provost is ready to join us just yet. I know he's in the wings, not too far. He's never too far away. Like the song say, I'm only one call away. Yeah, man. The problem is that his phone doesn't stop ringing. Speak of the devil and he appears. Oh, you can't hear me, Will. You're muted. I think you're muted. Are you just muted on my side? Talk again. The people them not hear you, you know, sir. Them hearing me. They're just not hearing you. Wait, let's hold on. Let's take a quick look here. Alright, so there's a little bit of a delay. If you see this thing come up here with any red writing on it, just restart it for me, please, on time. Yes. Yeah, just restart that for me. And then you'll be good to go. Yeah, you. It's a good thing I can read lips, you know, people. Yeah. The rebel at it again, man. Let me just bring this up. 1 second, people.
Stop criticizing. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them the one went crazy. Won't fight for the people. Life for the people.
Mic check. No, me can't hear you.
Oh, it would help if I unmuted my mic. That's
Okay.
Loud and clear.
All right. My people, yeah, Mr. Kevin are going on a rundown. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly, and the adjunct professor, DJ Kevin Steele. Will keep you rocking from 8 to 10 tonight. Don't forget, tune in. And by the way, make sure that you take your meds and you take your vitamins, because believe me, he'll have you jumping up and down and around and all over town. Last week, as you know, the professor was a little bit under the weather, but he's raring to go now. And by the way, people, to show you the dedication of the professor, even though he was under the weather last week, you know, he still contributed to the program. He was in the background, because if you recall, the screen went blank last week. And I panicked, as always, because I don't know what to do when the screen go blank. And between the professor and the producer, they were able to get me back on. So that just shows you the kind of people we have around here. A small, tight, dedicated circle of people. Hey, as Kevin says, we need to continue to pray for our people who are still suffering in Melissa's aftermath. We get the reports daily about communities that have not been reached, about communities that have not felt any kind of attention from the government, from civil society, from whoever. I have people calling me, telling me that, well, them hungry and them don't have a meal and they haven't seen any government workers or private people who can provide sustenance to them. And then I've talked to people who said, we've only gotten information, we've only gotten assistance from private people. The government is nowhere around. So government, all I'm going to ask you is, you know, you both said that you had like, 15 helicopters the other day, and you're doing food drops. Well, just so you know, not everyone has received a benefit. And with all the geospatial technology that you have and you're using, it's befuddling that at this stage of the game, what is it now, Kevin? 5 weeks?
5 weeks.
Yeah, that some community, and Jamaica is not a big country. Actually, saying it like that make it sound like Jamaica is, you know, a good size. Jamaica is a speck on the map. And, you know, Every now and again, you hear people say, but when they have it in America, this and that. Well, that's fine. We're not talking about America. We're talking about Jamaica. So that's where we are. Anyway, let me just say, I apologize for being late. You want to move this, Kevin?
I was just grabbing this share.
All right. So, folks, apologize for being late, but at the last moment, I got a phone call from an auditor. And not even an auditor in Jamaica, an auditor from another country who was looking at the KPMG audit of JPS. And he gave me a preliminary report. We're going to go in depth next week, but he gave me a preliminary report. And based on what I saw and what I heard, this JPS deal has me really worried. And you too should be worried. And we're going to present some facts to you later on, because one of the things that you'll notice around here is that we go to the original source. We go to documents, right? We don't do, but we don't deal with hearsay. And it was kind of strange to me that, and maybe I didn't see it, but I didn't see where people were looking at the annual report for JPS, because that's where the information is. Forget about what the politicians will get up and tell you. The information about the company is in the annual report. And so we're looking at the annual report for 2024, because of course 2025 is not due yet. And in that report, they go back to 2023 and 2022. So they give you like a 3-year look into the health or the ill health of the country. That will be interesting when we start talking about it later on. Anyway, Kevin, let me just jump on to producer Joan thing, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I think you put it up. It won't go up.
What do you mean?
I can't flight it. Can you put it up?
Did this share? Oh. I think that's what it is.
Okay. All right, fine. No problem. All right, folks, Here we go. Shaping civic minds. By the way, let me announce, and you're going to hear it throughout the program. Next week, we're having our final exam. We're going to have 10 questions. And I expect that all of you will get the right answers to the 10 questions. I don't expect anybody to fail. In fact, I don't expect anybody to get less than full marks. If you've been watching the program, if you've been coming to class, if you've been studying, and I know some of you have, I won't call any names, but some of you have notepads. You know who you are. You have notepads. You've been studying. You've been taking notes. Next week, we will be having our final exam for this semester. And it's primarily about civics. It's about things that you must know. Not you should. You must know about Jamaica. You must. And that's one of our mandates around here. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Turn a blind eye to corruption, and we've been doing that a lot in Jamaica. I can't wait for the corruption index to come out. When I say I can't wait, I'm just anxious to see if we're going to go down or up. And as you know, if you go down, it's not a good thing, because anything below 50. Is it below 50, Kev? I'm trying to think. No, I think it's anything below 50, I think you're good. After no, I may have been. I think I might be confusing myself. Anyway, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna be looking at that report, because I anticipate that we're gonna lose a few points, meaning that we're gonna be perceived as being more corrupt this year than the year before, because the report comes out early in the year. So we're going to find out. Here's syllabus. Here's what we're going to discuss today. Do we have any reason to trust the minister messenger or the message? And for that, you know, if you look at the promo, we have a host of things. And all of those things, all of those incidents, all of those issues pertain to one minister. One minister. If you look at the rooms on the beach, if you look at the HOLYWELL land deal, if you look at the rural school bus, and if you look at JPS, one minister involved in all four. One minister involved, or whose name is mentioned in all four. And keep in mind also that it's been the same prime minister. He's not the prime minister is not the person I'm referring to, but what I'm saying is that all of these incidents happened under one prime minister. Juliet Holness's incompetence is finally exposed. Now, folks, I've been showing you a lot of stuff about the South African Parliament because I'm trying to teach not only all of you, but I'm trying to teach the parliamentarians as well what they need to know in terms of the standing rules. The standing rules, it is the Bible in the parliament. It lays out the guidelines. It lays out the path. It lays out everything that you need to know in terms of operating in the parliament. There are some gaps, and they've tried to, you know, fill those gaps over the years. But be that as it may, it along with the Constitution. Those are the roadmap. Those two documents. The roadmap to effective governance. Those are the roadmap that will lead you to success. So we're going to show you some things that happened this week. We showed it on Wednesday as well, but we're going to do a little twist. We're going to show you some more stuff about South Africa because I think it's a learning experience. When you look at how the South Africans approach Parliament and how Jamaicans approach Parliament, what I'm seeing now in Parliament is a rebirth of how Parliament should be, where you know the rules and you deal with the speaker, you deal with the other members accordingly. Not when you come up and you start curse and you start get emotional. So we'll be looking at that. The Buchanan case, further analysis of the judge's ruling. I am going to show you today, and we hope to have Mr. Hugh Wildman join us later on. We're not sure if he's going to join us. We're hoping that he will join us, but whether he does or not, we have something. We have charted out the two laws to show you what was done. So it would be absolutely fantastic to have Mr. Wildman here, because what we're going to do, we're just going to show you the procedure or the procedures under the two laws, and then we'll have Mr. Wildman show you what Mr. Buchanan did, and it will become abundantly clear to you that the judge's ruling, with all respect, is faulty. It's faulty. Riddle me this and riddle me that. Yeah, we're going to the riddle. I'm hoping that the professor and producer, that they'll hold me to it, because I tend to just stray sometimes, and we really need to get this riddle me this and riddle me that, because what does it mean? Yeah, all of you know this. Riddle me this, riddle me that, guess me this riddle, and perhaps not. So we're going to get a riddle, which is like a question. We're going to ask you some things, and then we hope that you'll play along and you'll answer, or you will not unravel, but you'll understand the riddle, and you'll be able to explain what's going on. So we're hopeful for that. Let me see what else we have here, Kev. Of course, we're both here this week. Miss him last week, but you know it go. We just have to do a thing. But actually, he was in the background, like I said. Lecturers, we don't have any lecturers today. It's guests coming on the program. It's all of you, the Jamaican people. So we need you to tune in. We don't open the phone line on a Saturday, but we have the chat. So you can go in and you can state your claim. as the professor will explain to you, there's a certain modicum of respect that we expect, and we don't expect bad behavior. And I heard him mention something to that effect, saying that you'll be summarily dismissed, and that is the case. Moving on, there is. Go ahead, sir.
Right. So, as we had mentioned, as I had alluded to before and briefly mentioned, some of the things that we want to keep in mind as you're a part of this broadcast, as you're a part of this lecture, this learning series, be active listeners, be open minded, use the time effectively, be present, comment and contribute from a constructive standpoint. And in doing so, we can celebrate others' contributions. Not because somebody is of a different opinion from you, does it mean that they're wrong. It's not a place of right or wrong in some instances. It's more along the lines of, help me to understand where you're coming from so I can understand where you're trying to go with your reasoning. And then we can both grow from this. And this is the position that we want everyone to take, right? Most of all, you want to enjoy the experience. If you take these things that were mentioned before and you put them all together and you approach it with a smile on your face and in your heart, the whole broadcast will go through and go by as quickly as a snap and without much incidents. So let's take that in and keep that in mind. Of course, I can't emphasize enough. Go ahead and like and share this broadcast as much as you can. Also, visit the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website and donate. The work that is done by the organization is primarily done on donations. It is a non-for-profit. And so everything that you contribute and where you specify that it should go, that's where it goes. To the appeal, to Melissa Relief, to the foundation itself in doing its work. And the appeal is a part of the foundation's work. Let's just keep that in mind, yeah? So all these things come together when you visit the website, you see how you can get involved on the website, and you are contributing here by listening and sharing with your comments. All right. And there you have the website posted up and some information also posted up. Thank you, OT. Appreciate of that in the chat. You can visit that link. You can use up that information. Provost.
Yes, Professor. Moving right along. Yeah. This quote came to us from SSB Z9E. Says, welcome to the Rattigan University, where lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. And folks, again, we take pride in presenting facts. And if people dispute our facts, then fine. We invite you and we encourage you, because we want to learn and we don't want to be placed in a position, or we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we're providing false information or misinformation to people. So if you see where we've made a mistake, please, by all means, point out the mistake, take us to task, and we will readily admit and make the necessary change. So again, thank you, SSB. So what? Injustice anywhere. We've heard this. Injustice anywhere is a threat everywhere. And this shouldn't just be some words. We should really view it as such. There's a tendency to look at these quotes and they sound nice and they resonate, but for a short period of time. We need these quotes not only to resonate, but to be sealed in your head, to be seared into you, so that you reflect on these things and you take your actions based on them. Not just you hear them, they sound good, and then they're forgotten. So there's one again. Another one. Their mind is confused with confusion. To their problem seems there's no solution. We're speaking to the Jamaican people, wherever you are, particularly those in Jamaica, because you're going through hell right now. I've spoken to supporters of both parties, and I've spoken to supporters of no party. And if they're all saying the same thing, we are suffering. We're suffering. This is not a party thing. This is reality. People are suffering. So we are here to deconfuse people, open their eyes so that they can see and they can take the necessary action to change their circumstances. And you'll hear about a change of circumstances from, one of the young rebels. He, along with his group, they're doing something that hasn't been done in Jamaica for quite some time. They'll be our first guest. Stick around for that. Julius Malema, he said, even those who make mistakes, we must try to help them, but we can only help them if they're ready to be helped. So there are people who they come over here and they'll make trouble. They're not interested in learning. They're interested in disrupting. And for those people, all we have to say to them kindly, don't come, because we're going to be wasting your time, because we're not going to be saying things that you particularly want to hear. So we don't want to waste your time, and we're hoping that you wouldn't want to waste your time. So please don't come over here and start the nonsense. Again, as the professor said, you'll be summarily removed. And as I said earlier, and we'll show some videos, Julius Malema, there are things that he said that I disagree with. I won't play them. Some of you who have followed him, and by the way, there's no one in this world that you agree with 100%. If you're thinking, no, you have your own mind. And then there's people that you will disagree with on a particular subject, but you'll agree with on another subject. So there you go. Marcos, of course, intelligence rules the world. Ignorance carries the burden. My people, you cannot depend on leaders all the time because they don't have the vision to take you to success. They will promise you prosperity, but they don't have the vision. They can't explain how you're going to go from A to B. They'll tell you, we are going to take you from A to B. But then you'll wait, and you'll forever be at A. And you'll live in hope. Or it goes Kevin and die in Constant Spring. So them say it go. All right. Intelligence rules the world. Ignorance. We need to remove the shackles and chains from around this. They have been removed from our feet and our hands. It's up to us now. We have to do something for ourselves. Remember that. Again, Bob Marley, you can never get justice in a world where criminals rule. Then we take this back to Jamaica. And we can take it to South Africa. And we can take it all over the place. But because we're Jamaica-centric, we have to focus on this in a narrow way. When I say narrow, we just focus primarily on Jamaica. And many of you I've heard from say that, yeah, Jamaica is ruled by criminals. And there you go. All right, I'm gonna move this. Now, before we get into it, Professor, what I want to do, I want to explain something to our people. As I said, I don't particularly like some of the things that Julius Malema has said. But here's the thing. You can't dispute his tenacity. You cannot dispute intelligence. You cannot dispute his determination. And so you can learn from that. Even when you dislike the things that he's saying, you can look at his attitude. You can look at his strategy, and you can learn from that. Now, one of the things one of the reasons why we see, and by the way, we'll get to that. One of the reasons why we play him so much is because he's not a member of the ruling party. He's not a member of the first opposition. He's not a member of the second opposition. His party is 4, but they have the loudest voice. And that's because they, as they would say in South Africa, they take chances. They take chances. They take risks, but they do it in a way where it's kind of protected by the rule book, what we call the standing rules in Jamaica. And you will always see them get up and they're waving that book and say, house rules say that you must do this. And we're going to show you, we're going to start out a little video. And the reason why we're going to show you that video is because if you recall, this week, our Speaker of the House was greatly embarrassed by a member of her own party. She called a point of order on him. And I think we're going to show that. But first, we're going to show you, and she was saying, he was, the member, Mr. Warmington, was saying, Chair, you cannot call a point of order on a member. A point of order must come from the floor. And we're going to show you exactly how it should be done. We're going to show you exactly how it should be done. But let me finish up here. By the hook or the crook tonight, as DJ Kevin Stew said, tonight's the night I return to relax with the Rebel. And join me tonight from 10 p.m. to midnight on Reggae Global Radio for 2 solid hours of fun, surprise, and nostalgia. Easy like Sunday with the Rebel. Stay tuned for our next program. Come reason with Rattigan, our Wednesday program. I want to thank all of you for supporting the program. And based on the numbers and the feedback, the program is growing from strength to strength. Many thanks to the lady who continues to sacrifice, the lady who continues to believe in the mission, the lady who continues to inspire. I'm speaking about none other than the illustrious, oh my God, OT. Big up yourself, OT. Shout out. Thanks to all of you for the support, financial, moral, and otherwise. And prayers up. Papa Trevor, Margine. Bunny Jump with the panel. Big up yourself, my brother. Joanna Marie. I'm sure they work hard, Kev. I saw the videos this morning. You know,
Yep.
Dave Crick and she's out there.
This event tomorrow is massive. And there are a lot of moving parts. And now there's the concern of the weather. So
what's that? It's supposed to rain or something tomorrow?
There might be some showers of blessings.
Okay.
So it's just contingencies and making sure that people are safe and equipment is safe. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, prayers up for that. No, good weather. Mrs. Nelson, big up yourself. Bobby D'Souza, stay so. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh. I want to tell you, thank you. I got the letter. Big up yourself. Big up your wife. Anita from Connecticut. Big up yourself. Nico Excellent, stay so. Lakaleka, big up yourself. Roland from the UK, big up yourself. Once said, Junior Riley, long time virgin of mine, big up yourself. And there's a dear friend of mine, I call him my brother, he's an Afrikaner in South Africa, Ian, who's watching. And Ian, I want to wish you Godspeed and speedy recovery. So, keeping you in my prayers, my brother. Keeping you in my prayers. Big up the production team. Just wanted the production team to know that their efforts have been significant and are greatly appreciated. And last but certainly not least, the force behind the success of this show. That lady who Kevin knew to, that lady who we can call anytime and she will not say no. That lady is just, she's a gem. She's a gem. And again, I have to say to people, believe me, if you want to get somewhere in life, make sure you have a tight circle with a whole heap of women. Lots of women. Yeah. Yeah.
So the tight circle, it can't really have a whole lot of women. It's just to have more women than men.
More women than men, yeah. because I'm telling you, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure working with these two women, and I cannot and I will not stop saying it. Cannot say it enough and will not stop saying it. I am fortunate. I am fortunate. And then, you know, we have a nice balance because it's me and Kevin and these, well, two women and the production team. We just keep you guessing about the production team. But that's where we are. Now, folks, here's what we're going to do now. Throughout the program, we're going to show you, you know, how you do things in Parliament. Because remember, we talked about the standing orders. And I've been beseeching, I've been begging parliamentarians, opposition and ruling party alike, to study that book so that they can hold the speaker accountable. And remember what I also said, that if I were in the opposition, one of the things I would have done when they proposed that the speaker, or that we proposed that member Juliet Holness should become the speaker, I would have proposed for Everald Warmington, MP Everald Warmington, to become the speaker. Two reasons. One, in my estimation, he knows the standing rules better than anyone. And I say that because of what I've seen. Now, maybe somebody else does, but I haven't seen them perform as much as I've seen him. So if there's somebody else you think who's a better student of the standing rules, then please let me know. But until then, I'll maintain that Everald Warmington. So that's the first reason. First reason is that I think he's superbly qualified for the job. The second thing is this. Well, it's three things. Second thing is we would learn from him, because when he's up there, he would be quoting chapter and verse and telling people what to do and all that. And then people you would be forced to open the book, because he wouldn't be arguing. Marie seemed to are boatish, but Marie, here's the thing. If you watch him carefully, when he's addressing issues in Parliament, he refers to the standing orders. And when him get up there and sit down in the chair, that's exactly what he would do. Queen Cal said him too ignorant. All right, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something, people. I'm going to show, because he has a history of, go ahead, Kevin.
Ignorant as in by definition, or ignorant referring to his mannerisms? When you say ignorant, what do you mean, Queen Cal? Because clearly he's not ignorant. He does know.
He don't know. Right. You might be arrogant.
The rules.
Yeah, he might be arrogant, but here's what but here's what happened. If between both of them, between Warmington and Juliet Holness, I would take Warmington every day of the week. And here's why. Because he would force me to study that book, because he would issue rulings based on provisions in that book. And I would then have to go look to make sure that he's correct. But when she's there with her, she's just telling people, sit down. And she's saying, state your question. And then when you try to formulate the question, she says, sit down, and she's turned off your mic. And you see what he said. You hear what he said this week to her. It was a wonderful, wonderful interplay. Wonderful engagement between both of them. And he completely embarrassed her. And I'm going to show you something. So, Kevin, let's start with this. One of the things that, and I'll show it to you where Speaker Holness called a point of order on MP Warmington. And he said to her, you, the chair, cannot call a point of order on a member. Only the members, the point of order must come from the floor, can't come from the chair. The chair is like a referee. I'll show you how it's done. Watch this clip from South Africa. Watch this.
I'm going to ask respectfully Gerald Mkwanas to confirm that the statement that has been made. I know that procedure.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
Yeah, can I finish what I'm saying? So
on a point of order, Chair.
When you call the point of order.
No, I insist on a point of order. We are about to mess up. On a point of order.
Okay, point of order taken.
There is no General Mkwanas before this committee. He's not here. until we've satisfied his appearance before us. It is procedurally wrong.
Let me just kind of set this up. General Mkonazi, he is a provincial police commissioner. He's in charge of a whole province. So it would be like he would be in charge of, you know, a parish. But it's much bigger than that in their context. And he's there to testify about some things. And the chair is asking him to testify about some documents. There were some errors and whatnot. And what Julius is saying to him, that procedurally, chair, you're wrong. He's calling a point of order on the chair. The chair can't call point of order for people on the floor. I hope that that's the scene setter.
I'm going to ask respectfully General Mkwanas to confirm that the statement that has been made. I know that procedure.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
He didn't want to yield.
Yeah, can I finish what I'm saying? So
on a point of order, Chair.
When you call the point of
no,
order.
I insist on a point of order. We are about to mess up. On a point of order.
Okay, point of order taken.
There is no General Mkwanazi before this committee. He's not here until we've satisfied his appearance before us. It is procedurally wrong. Because...
And let me just quickly say that General Mkwanazi is sitting right across from them. And he's saying procedurally, he's not here because we haven't followed procedures. So we can't even ask him anything. Let me show him to you. There he is right there. That's General Mkwanazi. This gentleman right here in the front, wearing the suit. I know him very well. Used to work with him. There he is.
It's been made. I know that procedure.
On a point of order, Chair.
He didn't want
to order.
Look at him.
Yeah, can I finish what I'm saying? So
on a point of order, Chair.
When you call the point of
no,
order.
I insist on a point of order. We are about to mess up. On a point of order.
Okay, point of order taken.
There is no General Mkwanazi before this committee. He's not here until we've satisfied his appearance before us. It is procedurally wrong. Because once you talk to him, the first thing he must do, the first step he must do is to take an oath. Is to take an oath. Then, only then, he's before us. In the absence of the oath, let's release him. He's not part of this mess. He's a witness called to come before us after he was told he met all the requirements. You can't ask him anything. The only time we are going to interact with him, because if you ask him something, I'm also bound to ask him something because me and you enjoy the same rights. And then the whole house is going to start asking him questions. He has not administered an oath of, it's not taken an oath. So please, Chair, we are all agreed. Let's release him. And I don't know if 15 minutes is realistic because he's going to take up issues with the legal team as well when they arrive there. So I don't know, but to engage General Mkwanazi is actually out of order because he's not before us. He has to first take, he's not a member of parliament. He has to first take an oath and then from there we can engage him.
Yeah, no, that is a valid point, Honorable Member, and I 100% agree with you that he is not properly appearing before us. And before we ask him any question, he must have taken an oath with us. And I will stand by your advice because I wanted to save, and I understand that procedurally I would have been wrong, so that we must know whether...
There you go. There you go. That's a humble chair. You hear what you said? I take your advice because if we had proceeded, we would have been wrong. There you go. He called a point of order on the chair. That's the way it's supposed to go. That's the way it is supposed to happen.
You know, someone, Vernon Mitchell in the chat said, what the leader of the opposition should do is encourage the new PNP members to read and understand the standing orders. In so doing, we'll be able to challenge the speaker. No, I like where you're going, Vernon, but the reason to go there is wrong. You should know the standing orders. You should know the rules of Parliament because you're a parliamentarian. Mm-hmm. Because to do your job in representing the people, us out here, the people of Jamaica, you need to know how to do your job as a parliamentarian. Not so that you can oppose the chair or the speaker or the opposition no, so that you can do your job in representing us and know how to do it effectively. That's why you need to know how to know what the rules are. You can't decide that you're going to get up and go play football and don't know what offside is. Or else you get caught in it all the time. So let's get our minds right. So even if we are not in a position to get into Parliament, there are children that are coming up that will at some point in time have reason to have discourse with. And they might have the affinity to move that direction. One little thing that you can tell them is just this: know the rules. Provost.
Yes, thank you. Let me just put up one more thing here. All right. So that's one. Let me put this up.
Drama, finance minister turns fool in Parliament. Today in Parliament was absolute comedy. The finance minister walked in confident, ready for questions. And by the end of it, the opposition MPs turned her into a malfunctioning calculator. Nothing adding up. Welcome back to Missy Deck's Commentary, where we break down the drama, the politics, and the unexpected circus moments happening right before our eyes. Let's talk about Fayval Williams's unforgettable turn fool moment in Parliament today. Put it on television as a comedy special. The session started calmly until MP O'Neill Newell launched the first question at the finance minister like a fastball. Instead of answering clearly, she started flipping through her documents like someone searching for an instruction manual that never existed.
To JPS?
No, Minister, I'm speaking specifically to, I quoted you from the Hansard, where you said the 450 million, what that will do is allow for our loan of 150 million to be repaid back to us. I'm asking if that was accurate, or if you would accept that that was a premature statement.
It was a statement that we believe will happen because
we wish along with you, Minister. Thanks.
What? I'm sorry? I never said we believe will happen.
Before she could piece together a sentence, Dr. Dayton Campbell threw the second question. At this point, everyone in the chamber realized the minister is not prepared.
And I need to know, when JPS did their estimates, their assessment as to the damage from the devastating Category 5 hurricane, what is it that is required to restore electricity to all of the persons that were affected? That's what I need to know, because previously we were all of the impression that that was 350 million. Then we heard it being revised upwards to about 400 million. And now we are told that only 150 million is required to restore electricity to all affected persons.
All right, so member, please put your questions to the Minister of Energy in the order, the parliamentary order, and he will respond at that time.
Chair, just to follow up on that, it is an important question, because if 350 million is the figure that is required, and they have received 150, it would leave a shortfall of 200. Now, if JPS is currently in a predicament where the license that they have to operate, they currently have no guarantee beyond another 2 years, and their entire revenue that they will earn over those 2 years is less than the 200 million, then it would mean that some further assessment would need to be done prior to making a loan of 150 million US. It makes a whole heap of sense. Yes, they want light. Yes, they do. And that's why we need to know how much to give them light.
We
need to know how much to give them the light that they need.
Hold on. The JPS.
Then came the third question from Damian Crawford. And by now, the minister looked like a student who studied the wrong exam material.
Chairman, I've just gotten some information that I'm trying to rectify. How many schools exist and how many are damaged? Because I've heard 851 and 721.
Remember, there are 1,010 public schools that will be primary and infant, primary, and secondary schools. 721 of those suffered damage.
721?
Yes.
All right. So that's a correction to the 616. So the 616 schools that are currently under...
The 616 is dollars, millions of dollars.
Actually, no. If you look to the next slide, additional requirement to support the initial restoration and cleanup of 616 schools assessed to have sustained infrastructure damage during the passage of Hurricane Melissa. So
at the time, that was the data, Minister. Exam relief and books. Remember, I understand that it was a temporary transfer to deal with exam relief and books for PATH students.
Minister, I don't understand the answer, because this budget is supposed to carry us up until April of next year. So I'm asking, how can it be a temporary transfer? Are we going to have another supplementary to transfer this back into the PATH program?
The ministry will do reallocation.
The ministry will do what? So, all right. So
the ministry will do a reallocation back to PATH.
Madam Chairman, is that an acceptable answer in real life?
It is a very good answer.
If I should say so myself.
Okay. All right.
Every question thrown at her, she got wrong. Every answer attempted, still wrong. Every explanation, somehow even more wrong. The entire JLP bench looked uncomfortable, shifting in their seats like they suddenly felt heat under them. By this point, Favo was basically in the jaws of the tigers. Newell, Campbell, and Crawford, all attacking with back-to-back questions while she had no answers. And just when you thought the circus had packed up and gone home, boom! Everald Warmington storms into the spotlight like an unscheduled plot twist. He came in ready to set the record straight, chest high, voice loud, attitude fully loaded. And then, pow! Juliet the speaker cut off his microphone. All you saw was his mouth moving and no sound coming out, like a muted TikTok live. You never heard the end of his speech. Not even the middle, lol. And let me tell you, when Warmington speaks, no dog barks. Nobody even coughs. The entire chamber freezes like students caught cheating.
Oh, sorry, member. Your mic is on. My apologies.
It's me here.
Go right ahead, member Warmington.
Madam Chairman. I've been here since 1980, came back 2002. And I'm amazed to see that the permanent secretary is responding to questions in this house. The minister ought to respond to any question asked here, not the permanent secretary. So I'm asking, maybe not asking, may I say, return to the protocol in this house, whereby questions are directed to the permanent secretary, and the permanent secretary does not respond. Technical officers, consultant advisors do not respond in this house. All answers must be...
No, additionally, your mic is on, Member Warmington.
Hold on, then. When I'm speaking, I do not expect anybody to cut off my mic. I came back here.
Warmington.
Let me finish.
Member Warmington. On a point of order.
No.
On
Chairman, you don't call point of order.
From the chair. Member Warmington, you have several mics on, and I don't even need to call on any privilege as chair. You had other persons also making a point of order.
But they can't cut me off in the middle of it.
Have no clue if you're finished, and I didn't know your mic was off.
I did not complete what I'm saying, Madam Chairman.
So kindly complete your statement.
Madam Chairman, may I say to you, you cannot call point of order as Chairman and Speaker.
I don't even want to use
point of order
privilege.
Can come from only the floor, not from you.
You had one. You had one from the floor.
No. The chairman can come point of order on me. We can call point of order, not the chair or the speaker. But I'm saying that I've never seen it in my 30 years here.
Yes, and you have said that before, and you do not repeat in the house. Complete your complete your intervention, Member Warmington. Member Warmington.
Madam Chairman.
Complete your intervention without repetition.
I have the greatest respect for you, but do not. I have the largest number of votes in this house, 10,000 plus. So do not do it. And don't cut me off either. Let me speak. I'm saying when a member raises an issue, his only minister can respond in his house, not permanent secretary officers. I'm trying to get attention in this house. I came in 1980, never before. But I don't finish yet. Don't cut me off. I'm saying only the minister can respond. The permanent secretary, technical officer must advise her what to say. Don't cut off my mic, Don't do it again. Minister.
Are you finished, Member Warmington? You're finished? You have a point? Okay. Thank you.
At this point, I am fully convinced Warmington must have some secret file on Juliet Holness, because the moment he touched that mic, her whole energy changed. Then the tension exploded. Juliet Holness jumps in. Member, I am trying to calm the house. That question is out of order. She practically leaped forward like a Marvel superhero trying to stop a runaway train. Warmington, heated, fired back with body language alone. And Juliet shouting over the chaos, I did not turn off your mic, member. But Warmington wasn't having any of it. Not the explanation, not the apology, not the peace offering. Juliet had to snap the entire house back into order, practically waving a fire extinguisher just to cool him down. And still, Warmington remained on a mission. It was pure theater, and truly embarrassing for the JLP and for the finance minister, who was already struggling long before Warmington added jet fuel to the flame. And to seal the deal, Angela Brown Burke stood up and socked it to the entire parliament.
committee, that to have a smooth process, that we highlight the part of the budget that we're asking in relation to, and that we proceed.
Minister of Finance, you should commence.
Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
By the end, Jamaicans realized it's not only inflation that's high, the pressure in Parliament is even higher. And that's your breakdown, family. And with that, the Parliament drama came to a sudden end. Until next week.
Unmute.
Yeah, I know a lot of you will have a lot to say, but there are 2 points I really want to highlight. And I know JAMAICA is here. We'll have him join us, but I just want to highlight these 2 things. One is, I want to show you a little history on Minister Favour Williams. Now, people have written to me and they've called me and they've said that what they're witnessing is early onset of dementia, or what did I want name? What did I want name? It's a female. No.
Oh, menopause.
Menopause, right? And I've had, and most of the women calling me, telling me this, and they're saying, yes, there's something at play here. She's not right. Think about it, people. Well, this is a highly educated woman. She went to Harvard. She graduated from Harvard, and she went to the University of Pennsylvania, Wharton School of Business. Two of the finest institutions in the world. And somehow she cannot put 2 words together. And what we're seeing is not for the first time. The same thing happened when she was over at the Ministry of Telecommunications, Energy, whatever they called it at that time. That behavior continued, followed her to the Ministry of Education. And then they moved her over to Ministry of Finance, and it's continuing. And so this is something that we really need to do an intervention. The Prime Minister would be, well, some people would say he's a wicked person. All I would say is that he would be very wicked to have her continue in this position, because she is having a difficult time. You don't need to be a medical professional to realize that there's something wrong here. I won't diagnose her. I'm not qualified to, except to say that from what I've seen over the years, there is something wrong. I don't know what it is. And then the second point I want to show is when MP Warmington said that in Parliament, you shouldn't hear from permanent secretaries and advisors. No, you hear from the ministers. And there is a good clip of that from the South African Parliament as well. And I just, I don't know if I have the right clip for the South African one. So in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll show you Minister Williams when she was at, and I actually watched this live. I watched this town hall meeting live, and I cringed every time she spoke. Every time she spoke, I cringed because she couldn't put 2 sentences together. And I want you to listen to the question that she's asked by the head girl of Arden High School. And I want you to listen to the minister's answer. Here we go.
Navigating Jamaica's education challenges with leaders and parents in transformative dialogue.
Is the microphone on? Let's try again. Do you want to give her this mic? Is it on?
Testing. Thank you. The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Honorable Favour Williams, other ministers, educators, parents, and students, good evening. My name is Anna Laura Roman Rodriguez, and I am the head girl of Arden High School. My question for you today is, considering the unprecedented education crisis occurring currently in the country with regards to the hundreds of teachers migrating from the classroom, in your opinion, how do you think the future of Jamaica's education will be impacted by the replacement of fully trained teachers with some unqualified and inexperienced teachers?
Thank you from our student.
All right, I know that we've been having much debate with regards to teacher migration. It's not a local issue for Jamaica, it's a global issue. You would have heard, I'm sure, in the news, the need for thousands of teachers in countries such as the US and in other countries. We have seen over the last several months some resignations of our teachers, and they've gone to other countries. And we, as I said earlier on, we're sorry to see them go, but we wish them well in what they're doing. We have to keep training our teachers so that they're able to enter the teaching profession. We have to fill the spaces of those who retire or at the peak of their experience. We have to keep filling and ensure that we have teachers coming in. We have to focus on teacher quality in our teachers' colleges so that those who come in new into the profession, even though they might not be coming in with years of experience, but they have very high quality teaching coming in. They have new methods. Their minds are opened in a totally different way than those who may be ahead of them by many years. They're coming in more technology savvy than we would have seen those older, mature teachers or in the profession. This is a dynamic world, and we have to respond to all these challenges that we have in the sector. Migration is one such challenge right now, but based on where we are and the flow out of our education, our teachers' colleges, when we look at the graduation this year, there are many who are coming out with specialization in some of those areas that we always talk about having a need: mathematics, computer science, regular science. They are coming out with those specializations from our teachers' colleges.
But just to add to again, when we follow the public narrative, we should always try to place the source of concern into context. Remember, every year we have a certain number of teachers who leave the system, whether it is by retirement or people change professions or persons just migrate, not because they're leaving, but they're migrating for other reasons, family reasons. So there is always a certain replacement that is taking place. And invariably, the nature of the replacement is that you're going to have less experienced persons coming in to take up the posts made vacant by experienced persons. And as they gain experience through practice, they may very well become far more skilled than the persons they replace. The test of the system is how well we train our teachers to quickly adapt to the teaching and learning environment. My sense, having been out of the system for a little while in direct contact with the system, is that our teachers' colleges, our universities continue to be quite good at training our teachers in keeping abreast with new ways of teaching, new technology, new systems of learning. And so we are turning out teachers who are quite capable and quite competent. And as they get into the classroom, they will quickly develop the experience. So yes, we ought to be concerned about teachers who are trained with public resources leaving the classroom. But I think as a country, we can take pride that we have a very robust system of training high quality teachers that other countries would want to poach. And just to add the point, we should be making an industry of training teachers for export.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So our broadcast partners, Power 106 Nationwide and others, have ended their broadcast. I'm reading the emotional intelligence quotient of this room. And so I know the Prime Minister has to leave, so we'll allow him to leave and we'll spend another 10 minutes in asking the Minister of Education. You'll spend the 10 minutes as well, PM. Okay, all right, so the Prime Minister stays with.
I needed you to see the very end, because when this thing started, the Prime Minister was supposed to leave. When they started the thing, he had a certain time he had to leave. And he sat there and he was cringing when she was answering. And you see what happened when that student asked the question? She couldn't answer. He himself couldn't answer. But he was able to gobbledygook his way around it, talk the pretty talk, and kind of just marvel you with his string of words like pearls. But
glorified talkers with elaborate words.
Exactly. But at least she was struggling. The question, here's the answer to the question that the student asked. The question should have been, we as a government are concerned about the migration of our teachers. And as a result, we are going to increase their pay. We are going to increase the additional assistance. For example, we'll help them to purchase a vehicle. We'll help them to purchase a home. We'll do this, we'll do it. That should have been the answer. Instead of what the Prime Minister said, we are training people to migrate. That's what he said at the very end. We have a very good, he's not answering why is it that people are leaving and then their slots are being filled by unqualified people. This is what happens when you have incompetent, unqualified people running a government. So I just wanted to show you that the Minister Favour Williams, the person that we're seeing now have a meltdown in front of our eyes, this is not the first time. It's been going on for quite some time. It's just that we haven't been paying attention. We have not been paying attention. Now we're paying attention. And by the way, if you notice, the lady who was seated as you face the screen, the lady who was seated to her right, Minister Williams's left, that lady was the spokesperson, and I think is still the spokesperson for what? The Ministry of Education. She trusted that lady. That lady explained some things at that town hall meeting that was very concise, very crisp, unbelievable. We didn't believe that the things would happen, but she was able, she has a mastery of the language that she could explain it. And even if you disagree, you could say, okay, I see where she's coming from, but I disagree. But the minister, you can't see where she's coming from. And somehow that lady who's a permanent secretary, exactly, we don't know where she's coming from, we don't know where she's going. Lost in space, or Twilight Zone. So we don't, I'm not trying to make light or fun, because it's a serious matter. We need to get, I believe we need to get somebody to actually look at her to just say she's fine or she's not fine, to get the help that she needs, because she's now in charge of our finances. But again, I don't know how that lady ended up next to her, because that lady is not assigned to the Ministry of Finance. And by the way, the Ministry of Finance doesn't have a permanent secretary. The Ministry of Finance has a financial secretary who was there before that lady showed up. So I don't know, maybe she trusted that lady so much that and the lady was telling her what to say. Well, anyway, I know JAMAICA is here and Richard is here. Let me see if I can find a part. So that's one issue we covered. The bloodbath we saw in Parliament this week. We covered that to say it's not something that just happened. It's been going on for a while. Now, regarding who can speak, let me see if I can find, let me see, because I didn't name it. Let me, Crawford asking question. Let me see if it's this one.
Order. Honorable members, I also wish to announce that I have received the resignation letter from the President of the Republic . Honorable members, the letter will be published in the ATC The House will now proceed to the election of the new President of the Republic of South Africa. The Constitution
Honorable
requires the Chief Justice to preside over the election.
Honorable Speaker.
I now invite the Chief Justice to...
No, you're out of order, Speaker. You're out of order. No. You are starting on a wrong footing, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. You can't call Chief Justice when there is a person on the floor. You are setting up Chief Justice for failure. Please.
Order, honorable members. When the Speaker was on the floor, no one else could be on the floor.
But to raise to...
Honorable members.
To call for your attention.
Section 50 of the Constitution.
We're calling for your attention, Speaker.
Honorable member, I'm talking.
But we're calling for your attention.
Can you allow me to finish talking?
And please note
Section
after
50 of the Constitution permits any member to propose that the National Assembly be dissolved, but such a proposal must take the form of a draft resolution, a motion of which prior notice must be given and which must be duly programmed in accordance with the rules of the House. I am aware that such a motion has been submitted, but it is not on the order paper for discussion today. Members will be aware that these matters are discussed in the program committee, which met today and yesterday. Rather, the Chief Justice has convened the sitting today for the purposes of electing the President. In the light of this, I must accordingly order that we proceed with the business of the day as it appears on the order paper.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Shibambu.
Please want to beg your indulgence. You are preempting things that were not rising here to raise. We have indicated that Mr. Jacob Zuma has resigned, and we're making a proposal that as political parties, we should be given a minute or two to respond to his resignation, to make remarks that we note his resignation so that all of us here in Parliament express a statement in terms of what has happened. So that is the proposal that we had made, but because you had preempted us, you thought we're going to raise the issue that you have responded to now. That is the second part of what we're going to deal with. Now we're dealing with the issue of the resignation. May we please be allowed to respond to that?
Honorable Shibambu, this morning you were represented in the Joint Program Committee. You were also represented in yesterday afternoon's National Assembly Program Committee. Those matters were not raised by your representatives. And so it has been agreed in the structures of the Joint Program Committee and the National Assembly Program Committee. And today's business is about the election of the President. And therefore, honorable members, I now proceed.
Speaker, when we raise our hands orderly, you don't recognize us. And the next thing when we stand up to speak here, you're going to be complaining. We are raising our letter. Wait, Lindy, where we know you are singing for Sapa. Wait, man. Please, Speaker.
Honorable Malema.
Ramaphosa has recognized you a long time ago. Don't worry. Speaker, we think that we are not in a correct position to elect the president because Constitutional Court has made certain findings against this parliament. And therefore, an illegitimate parliament which has violated the Constitution and did not execute its responsibilities cannot be the one that elects amongst itself a person who is accused of the same things, because when the Constitutional Court says we failed as parliament to execute our responsibility, they include all of us here, and therefore no one should emerge from amongst us to stand for position of a president. We strongly feel that we must dissolve the 5th parliament, then go to the elections, And if people are not scared,
you are out of order.
if people are not scared, let's go to the elections.
I've already
Let's
ruled
not
on that
make
matter.
some elite packed arrangement here.
Honorable
Let the
Malema,
masses
please
of
take
South
your
Africa
seat.
choose their president, and not some elite which meets here
Honorable
and choose
Malema.
president amongst themselves.
Honorable Malema,
Speaker,
take your seat.
if you insist on proceeding with the election of the president, you are engaged in an unconstitutional process which will be later challenged. This ones was this ones.
Honorable
They were doing
Malema,
the same thing when we were telling them about
Honorable
Zuma. This
Malema,
ones.
I've asked
They
you
are
again
repeating
and
it.
again to take your seat.
You're muted, Rebel. You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I was saying familiarity with the rules. That's what we're programming our people to become aware of, and we're programming the parliamentarians. Get familiar with the rules. Get familiar with the rules. JAMAICA and Richard, they're backstage. You're waiting. Let me just quickly show two more so that I can just finish up this topic here.
And killed people in Marikana.
You leave me no choice but to ask you to leave the
No
house.
problem.
Thank you.
Wow, and he leaves.
People in Marikana.
Honorable Malema, will you please withdraw the remarks that Honorable Ramaphosa was engaged in the conspiracy to commit murder and that he is a murderer?
Cyril is a murderer, and Cyril participated in the conspiracy to murder
A
workers.
point of order, Chair.
Honorable I will come to your point of order. Honorable Malema, in other words, I ask you to withdraw. You reiterate what you said. And in this August House, you repeat that Honorable Deputy President Ramaphosa is a murderer. Are you going to withdraw, Honorable Malema?
Cyril Ramaphosa is a murderer and participated in the conspiracy to kill the workers in
So
Marikana.
you are not prepared to withdraw?
You can take me to jail for that. Cyril has got blood of innocent
Honorable
people.
Malema,
I
thank
will
you very
never
much.
withdraw
Honorable.
that. I will never apologize to Cyril. Cyril must rot in jail. He's a murderer. He killed our
Honorable
people.
Malema,
And if you are going to use this parliament to
Honorable
protect murderers, I'm not going to agree to that. So why do you switch off my mic if you want me to speak?
I don't want you.
Okay, I wanted to illustrate this point because people were saying in Jamaica that the speaker Juliet Holness, that she has this tendency to switch off people's microphones. This lady switched off Malema's microphone. He found another microphone to speak from. So he's exerting his point.
In jail. He's a murderer. He killed our
Honorable
people.
Malema,
And if you are going to use this parliament to protect murderers,
Here she's switching off
I'm
his
not going
mic.
to agree to that. So why do you switch off my mic if you want me to speak?
I don't want you to speak. I asked you
But
to
why
do
did you
one
ask
thing.
me to stand up? Why did you ask me to stand up?
Because I asked you to withdraw.
Switch on the mic.
No, I'm not going to do
I'm
that.
not listening to you also.
Honorable Malema, will you please leave the house?
I'm not leaving.
Will you please
I'm not
leave
leaving.
the house?
I'm not leaving.
Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema.
Call those people to come and remove me.
Honorable Malema.
Those bouncers you have
I'm not
hired
there.
to come and kill us here. In the same way you kill
Honorable
people in
Malema.
Marikana. Call them.
Will
I'm
you
not going
please-
anywhere.
Will you please
I'm not
leave
going
the-
anywhere. I'm not leaving.
Honorable members, I have been informed by the Sergeant at Arms that Honorable Malema will not leave the house.
The procedure of the parliament is the sergeant at arms will request you to leave the house peacefully. If you refuse to leave, the sergeant at arms informs the speaker, who calls the parliamentary protective services to remove the person.
Now, Honorable Malema, I have given you an opportunity to comply with the directive of the chair as assisted by the Sergeant at Arms. As this conduct is now interfering with the ability of the House to conduct its business, I now call upon the Parliamentary Protective Services to assist the Sergeant of Arms to remove the member from the chamber so that House can proceed with its business.
Here they come. Here they come. And then they removed him.
Mr. Ramaphosa to
okay. Want to what?
Understanding. No, when a point of order is called, Speaker, the Speaker must sit down. You can't have two speakers standing at.
Here he's telling the president of the country that you must sit when I speak according to our standing rules, because you can't have two speakers standing. Rules, people.
At the same time.
This is during the State of the Nation address, well known as SONA.
Please follow the procedure.
Honorable Malema.
I'm rising on Joint Rules 14S, and we can't both stand, Speaker.
I will order the President to sit down if I feel it is necessary for him to do so.
That's not how it works. Honorable Speaker, I think we are, as honorable members, violating the joint rules of this House by allowing Mr. Ramaphosa to speak here, because he has taken this parliament to court. And by taking this parliament to court, he has passed a motion of no confidence on this parliament. And he can't have his cake and still eat it, because until the court has resolved on the dispute between us as parliament and him, he's got no leg to stand before us as a legitimate body to address us. And therefore, I ask that the Speaker should actually declare this meeting closed, because he had no right even to convene us to come here. How can he convene the people that he has taken to court? And in that court, Speaker, you are the first respondent. Effectively, he has taken you to court. And that if he wins this case, it means that this body has acted unlawfully against him. We have a matter with him before court, and the right thing to do will be that we should allow the court to make a ruling before we can interface in a...
Let me just stop there and kind of explain to you what's going on. The president took some parts of parliament, complained about parliament, took them to court. And what he's saying is that because we're in court, he has no right to address us. It's a novel argument. But could you imagine somebody in Jamaica having the cojones or a party to say, listen, the Integrity Commission has ruled in a certain way, and therefore the Prime Minister, we don't consider him to have a legitimate leg to stand on to address us, because they're investigating him for illicit enrichment, a violation of the Integrity Commission Act. Corruption, essentially. And so we can't have him here come in and address us, because then we would be complicit. Let the court decide, and then we can have him back. But for some reason, I just, well, at least I see where the opposition is now taking some active steps to challenge the Speaker and her rulings. But this is what is happening in other parts of the world.
We're doing, because the president has declared a motion of no confidence against his own parliament, something that has never happened.
Thank you.
President Mbeki can confirm that since 1994, we have seen this mess with what is before us now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I said this session...
It's going to get worse, people. It's going to get worse.
In terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read together with Rule 7.
And this has been called in order to discuss one item, in fact, not a discussion, for the President to provide us with his program of action of government, and therefore he will be allowed to proceed and deliver the State of the Nation address. This session has not been convened to discuss any other matter other than the one which I have just stipulated. Allow us, Honorable Malema, to allow the President to present his State of the Nation address. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Malema. I also would not want us to have a dialogue, Honorable members. Yes.
With due respect, Honorable Speaker, you cannot say that this event is called only to perform one item only. If that was the case, the joint rules were not going to allow the point of orders. Though the founders of this parliament knew that there might be a necessity, even when we are convened in this manner, for members of parliament to raise issues that are damaging the image of this institution. And I've raised that matter, and I would like you to consider it and not just dismiss it on the basis that we are here to listen to one item only. The rules were not going to provide for point of orders if we are only subjected to listen to one item. And therefore, I think the Speaker is out of order in that regard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema and honorable members, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, stopping the President from addressing the House. In terms of Section 34, everyone, any one of us here has a right to access the courts of the Republic of South Africa. I now, please, honorable members, invite the President to deliver the State of... It is in our interest for us to listen to the State of the Nation address, honorable members. Honorable Shivambo, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mente, Honorable Mawutwe, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Ndlozi. I don't need to be assisted to chair, please. Let me deal with my mess right now. It's mine. Leave me to deal with it. Honorables, the ones I've just called now, you can leave the House. Now. Sergeant and arms, leave the House. Point of order. And stop screaming at us. Lower that hand. Orupume, thank you.
Look at this.
I now suspend the proceedings.
Did you see that? They pretend to be leaving the House, then invade the podium. Wow.
Security services, you may intervene. Security services of the Republic of South Africa, you now come into the chamber and remove the members. The business is suspended for the next 10 minutes.
All right. We're not asking for our parliamentarians to act in that fashion, to charge the stage or charge the podium. We're not asking for that. But this is what happens when there is pent-up frustration, when people feel like they have to take action. Again, we don't condone it. But what we do agree on is that you use the rules to your advantage. You challenge the authority based on the provisions in the standing rules. And I'm waiting for the day when Jamaica will go back to those days, because at one point we were there. And I know, Richard, sit still. Yeah, I'm gonna just want to show one more thing. And I think we've shown this before, but I just need to show this for those of us who have never seen it, to see what Jamaica was like. We weren't used to, when we had a speaker who displayed bullying tactics, we responded appropriately. And it's only now that I'm seeing that, you know, we're addressing this tactic coming from the present speaker. And it came in a huge way from a member of our own party. Let me see if this is the one that
Michie Dex. Like, share.
That's not it. Hold on. Let me see. I don't think we have. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, this is another one from Warmington.
I wish to indicate, for the benefit of the ambassador and the people of Cuba, that Jamaica siga siendo un buen vecino y amigo a la gente y el gobierno cubano. Nuestra historia y amistad ha sido lleno del apoyo de Cuba en muchos aspectos, especialmente.
Hold on a moment, member from St. Catherine Southwest. You are, the standing orders were suspended in order to allow. No, not only, member. I'm not sure if you had stepped out of the chamber at the time, but leeway was granted by the speaker to allow specifically for him to speak in Spanish. To speak in a language, yes, member.
Surprised that he didn't say
Don't cut up my mic. Don't cut up, please.
Member, I did not turn your mic on at all. Could you start from the beginning?
I'm not aware of what he's saying. I don't speak Spanish. And the standing order that is written.
There you
this
go.
House, you must speak in English and English only. I have no idea what he's saying. And I'm entitled to understand what is being said in this house by any member. I don't speak Spanish. And this said, I must hear it in English. Okay? Are you supposed to learn Spanish and come back?
Thank you for your intervention, member.
Again, he's right. It's in the standing order saying that the business of the house and business on the floor must be conducted in English. However, they can suspend the rules. And what she's saying, and I don't know if it's true or not, she's saying that before he came on the floor, that the House had decided to suspend the rules so that the remarks could be read in Spanish. I don't know if that's true, but he's right. It's not supposed to happen. Here is the video that I'm referring to, where you hold speakers accountable. This is what I want to see in Jamaica going forward, people. This.
Okay. So, Speaker, I beg to give notice that...
1 minute. That's notice of motion given orally.
I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas the Auditor General's report on the state of affairs at the Caribbean Maritime University was delivered to the House of Representatives prior to Tuesday, January 14th, 2020. And whereas on receiving the report, the Speaker had an unconditional duty under Section 122(2) of the Constitution. I did that.
No, Mr. Robinson. You did not.
Mr.
You
Speaker,
have no authority to do that.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Robinson, I spoke to you.
Mr. Speaker.
And you agreed with me.
I didn't agree with anything.
That you came late.
I did not agree with anything.
Mr. Robinson,
I sent
you know what?
to the Speaker,
you know what? Mr.
copy
Robinson,
to the clerk
if
of
you
the
can
House.
do that, then
I sent to the
I am not
Speaker
going to be here.
properly,
if you
copied to
can
the
get up
clerk
and
of the
dictate
House,
that
who
you
can
want to carry
acknowledge receiving my motion
speaking, Mr.
in
Robinson.
due time. It was sent to you,
Mr.
copied
Robinson,
to the clerk.
The Speaker is standing. Please sit.
Well, I'm not going to sit. I'm not going to sit. You have accused me that I agree with something. Agree with what? I sent you a copy of the motion in time. No, but you mustn't say that. I sent you, no, ask the clerk. The clerk, I sent you, copied the clerk. Don't do that. But you don't get the motion. Don't do that. Do not do that. No, I take my integrity seriously, you know. If I send you a motion and I copy the clerk, don't come here and tell me that I don't send you no motion. Don't do that.
You lie.
What?
I am
Who is
not going
lying?
to say it and make you lie to me.
You're accusing me of lying?
No,
Mr. Speaker,
you're accusing you.
No, that's not
let me
speaking
go
the
to you.
email. I sent to you, copied the clerk, the motion. I brought it to you, signed, and I told you that. Don't tell me about a lie. Why you come accuse me of lying?
I am not going to stay here and have you accuse me of lying.
I sent you a copy of the clerk is here. The clerk is here.
You sent a resolution to the clerk.
I sent it to you, copied the clerk. The clerk is here. Make the clerk show you. You were copied. I sent it from about 10:30 this morning. Or you come call me about liar? You think I take them things as joke? Don't do that.
Mr. Robbins, have a seat.
No, don't do that.
Have a seat. Please.
Don't do that.
Have a seat. Let me speak to the leader. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let me say, have a seat. Let me speak. Mr. Robinson sent a resolution to the clerk. Oh, no. He didn't send it to me.
I sent it to you.
How you send it to me?
By email.
Mr. Robinson, I don't read email in Parliament.
Listen. Don't make me make trivial
Have a
that
seat.
issue.
Have a seat.
Do not make trivial
Have a
that
seat. Let me
issue.
finish my
I
presentation.
sent it to you via email. I copied the clerk, as I
Mr.
always do.
Robinson, have a seat.
I brought a hard copy when I came to the Parliament, signed, and went into your office and gave you. What do you mean I don't send it to you?
Have a seat, Mr.
Don't do
Robinson.
that. It's 9. I copied you on it. 9:28. I sent
You
the
may
email.
have sent
and
it
you
to
see
me.
email there.
1
on
minute.
it.
You may have sent it to me. I told you, Mr. Smith,
On a
I'm
point
speaking.
of
Have
order,
a
I
seat.
have a right to rise on a point of
told
order.
you, Mr. Robinson.
It has to do with you.
That the clerk
Mr.
has
Speaker.
advised me of a resolution that you have
Speaker,
sent
there is a point
concerning
of
me.
order.
And we decide that it will be sent to the Deputy Speaker.
You must yield when there's a point of
Since
order.
it's a matter that I would not deal with it.
See what's happening there is that the speaker has lost control. First thing is that, and those of you who have seen this video and watch me comment on it will remember this. There is a rule in the standing orders, and it says that when the speaker stands, then if you're speaking, you have to sit. And that's when he stood up and he said to the member, he said that the speaker is standing and you have to sit. He's right, but he's also wrong. He's right if there's a debate. But this wasn't a debate. Julian Robinson was trying to orally submit a motion for debate the following week. That's what he was trying to do. And so he didn't yield. He did not yield. And that's what you have to do. You have to know the rules. I was elated when this happened. I would have felt even better if he had quoted the rule to him and said, no. The rule says that You stand, I sit only if there's a debate. This is not a debate. Therefore, you sit and I will continue. So, believe me, people, it sounds contentious what you see going on, but as they say, there are two things you don't like to see being made. One of them is law, parliament, legislature. You don't want to see how laws are made because it's nasty. And the other one is sausage. You don't want to see how sausages are made. You know, them grind up all kinds of things and put inside there and season it up. And so that's a very popular saying, that there are two things you don't want to see how they're made, law and so on. But since this is one that we have to watch, because we have to get involved, because we put these people in there. We put them in there. And so I'm all for engaging and educating the speaker. And so what I would like to see is when Speaker Holness, when she gets on her high horse, is for them to bring her off of that horse and say, hey, this is what the rule says. Now, let me just show Mr. Thwaites, and then I'm going to show you Mr. Leader of the opposition. Well, he wasn't the leader then, Mark Golding, but stand by.
And you agreed with me.
Mr. Speaker.
You agreed with me that next week could be placed.
Mr. Speaker, you are not hit.
And I am serving
And
notice
the Deputy Speaker say he has.
I am serving notice today of the motion. It can be debated next week.
No,
I have every right to serve notice today.
Mr.
I have
Speaker.
every right to serve notice today.
You cannot serve notice of a motion that way.
I mean, I can't serve notice of a
No,
motion.
it is a motion that you must clear with the Deputy Speaker that you're going to serve.
Mr.
You can't
Speaker.
get up and say you're going to serve a motion.
There is a
motion.
point of order. May I raise a point of order, Leader? Mr. Speaker, this motion, I have reason to believe, touches upon you personally and your office. Mr. Speaker, the rules of natural justice apply in this Parliament as well as elsewhere. No discussion regarding its admissibility or its veracity ought to be made when you are a judge in your own cause. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your respect for your office and you personally, that all discussion on this matter, the reading of it, whatever happens, you should timely recuse yourself and allow the Deputy Speaker to stand.
Mr. Thwaites.
All right, let me just show you now a younger Mark Golding, and see some fire coming out time. All right, here we go.
Speaker. The Deputy Speaker has not spoken.
Mr.
has
Speaker.
Not read the resolution. It has not been approved.
Mr. Speaker.
Why is the leader of the opposition don't advise you?
Mr. Speaker.
Why don't the leader of the opposition advise you?
Mr. Speaker, understanding Order 24, this is a motion that is not required for.
This is what I'm talking about, my people. This is what I'm talking about. When I say get familiar with the rules. This is how you trap the speaker. Don't get into an emotional battle with her. Read the rules to her. Listen to what Mark Golding is telling Speaker Charles.
Notice to be given, because it is falls under paragraph 15 of Standing Order 24. Standing Order 24 is entitled Motions Exempted from Notice. So look at it. Motions exempted from notice. 15 says a motion relating to a matter of privilege. This concerns your privilege, and this matter directly relates to privilege. In fact, 26 says a motion directly concerning the privilege of the House shall take precedence over all other public business. 25, which you mentioned, is not applicable here. 25 applies to motions where notice is required. Under this one, 24, no notice is required. The member has a right to read his notice into the record and table it properly. You should recuse yourself from having anything to do with this matter until we complete it for today. And the Deputy Speaker should assume the chair. That is right and proper. And in keeping with the traditions of this House.
Mr. Golden.
That is what I'm talking about, people. That's the whole, the purpose of playing these videos for you is to show you how it's done elsewhere and show you how it used to be done in Jamaica. And this is what I would like to see come back. I would like to see civil discourse based on facts, based on the rules. We don't need people just arguing, emotional with emotions. We don't need the emotion inside of it. We don't need it, because that's when the speaker can shut you down and tell you sit down. And we have a couple of videos where she told people to sit down and keep quiet and ask a question. No, that's not how it works, people. But the parliamentarians, some of them, they don't pour things, they don't know the rules. And so they succumb to whatever her judgment is. And I'm saying challenge her, but you can only challenge her when you know what the rules are. All right, we're going to stop it there because we have two wonderful guests with us today. We have Richard, James, and I don't see thing that Kevin, JAMAICA. I don't see JAMAICA. Where is he? Oh, there he is. There he is. All right, hold on. Let me. Ladies and gentlemen, you know these two men. They are eminently equipped to lead Jamaica into the future. But for reasons that we all know well, these two men have been relegated to the proverbial backbench when they should be at the front of the class. Without further ado, I present to you JAMAICA and Mr. Richard James. Welcome, welcome, gentlemen. Welcome. Nephew, big up yourself. Sir James, how you do? Can't hear you, JAMAICA. Can't hear you, Mr. James.
Good evening, everyone. I'm okay.
Blessings.
All right. Listen, folks, we have, let me just start with JAMAICA. I'll have him go first because, you know, they're both doing things that are extremely helpful to the development of Jamaica. But the reason why I want JAMAICA go first is because JAMAICA has a program that is taking place this Monday. This Monday, people. What he has done, this young man, is simply brilliant and amazing. He on his own. Remember now. Any idea you see start out in the mind of one person, and then you're able to coalesce that idea with people around it. And if you get enough believers, then you start to steamroll the thing. And this is what he's done because, believe it or not, this young man started a union of hospitality workers. Can you believe it? A lot of you probably say, well, we think we'd have a union for hotel workers and people involved with the hotel industry.
Not that I know of.
No. And this young man was able to accomplish that. I am proud to be associated with him. And not only was he able to form a union, he's having a protest, people, if you can believe it, in Jamaica. He must stay like me, we have it a foreign. He must have it in a Jamaica. He must say, listen, me I bring it right which part it's supposed to be brought. Me I bring it right in Jamaica, make the government and the private industry know, say, this is how we truly feel about what's going on, and there must be a change. People, I don't want to steal his thunder, and so I will yield the floor to JAMAICA. JAMAICA, go ahead. Welcome. JAMAICA.
Are you hearing me now?
Go ahead. Keep going.
Good now. All right. Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Uncle, for such an endorsement. I greatly appreciate that and still be humble enough to know that I'm still learning. And you have been an awesome teacher, not just to me, but to Jamaica and people who have the interest of Jamaica. So I thank you for that. I always have my book here when I come to university. You know, look at it, and it's a thick book, and I'm all the way at the back. So I'm
we have exam
telling you,
next week Saturday. We have exam next week Saturday. Okay.
There you go. And I
Don't
hope
worry,
that
it's open book.
there you go. But to say that I have learned along the way, and I continue to do so. And I thank you all for receiving me. On Wednesday, we came on, Angela and I. Angela Foster, our vice president, a powerhouse. She had done it there in Boston, Massachusetts for over a decade, working with Matahari Women's Movement. And just for her to say that she feels like an hypocrite, I don't want to speak for such a great lady, but that is what she is, and an awesome lady, and just humble and have that authentic Jamaican fire in her. So I try to represent her and myself tonight and to say that Jamaica, we have a problem. As the great man Marcus Messiah Garvey said, he said that justice is greater than the law, because if there was no justice within the law, then the law wouldn't make any sense to us. And he also said the pen is mightier than the sword. Mr. Rattigan spoke about knowing the rules, and because we have been studying the rule, still studying the rule, we are saying as a body, NHWU, the National Hospitality Workers Union, has been established on November 10th. And I am proud of the team that works so hard, tirelessly, to ensure that they are protecting Jamaica's past, present, and securing a future for all Jamaican people at the front and center. That is what NHWU embodies. And we give light to Marcus Garvey in 1914, starting the UNIA. And we know how powerful he is, and his message will live on with us. I must say thank you for the volunteers, all those people who have been helping NHWU. We greatly appreciate you. And also people who have been helping Jamaica on a whole, including Uncle Rattigan, Kevin. You guys have been amazing when it comes on to bringing light to stuff, and also able to link and connect people. And that is most important. And we have to give thanks of the family that we are now in the university together, right? So those people who are going out to the western end of Jamaica, I also caution you, we have a lot of breakouts down there. We must be cognizant of the facts. I will be speaking about the National Hospitality Workers Union, but I have to pay attention to that, because whilst we act in good faith, we must think straight, and we must take care of our health and take care of our family's health, right? So that is paramount. And want to say the hotel workers, they're not okay, and that is the truth. While tourism make $4.38 billion US, the Jamaican people are getting $2 to $4 per hour. When you look at Barbados, that makes $1.4 billion, they are able to pay their staff $5 to $8 per hour. That is 2 times as much as we pay our staff, right? And we make 3 times as much as them. Why should that continue is the question. And NHWU see that and say that is a problem. What happened to the Bahia staff, where almost 2,000 of them have gone on redundancy, and the cry of the people is many, and we don't hear nobody speaking out for them. So we're saying on December 15, as the Charter of Fundamental Rights tells us that we have the right to peaceful assembly, and we're calling Jamaicans out. Throw away your political cap. throw away your political shirts. Come and stand for Jamaican people. And NHW, alongside Jabem, will be showing the Jamaican people that this is not a 9-day wonder. It will be a rally. I know Uncle Rattigan said a protest, but it is actually a rally. We are rallying Jamaicans. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I stand corrected. It's a rally, not a protest.
Thank you very much. And this rally is about informing the Jamaican public and also the diaspora and the guests that comes here that Jamaican people should be paid better and they should have better laws to have welfare and contingency plan in case of a disaster, because Jamaica is disaster prone and the tourism product in its current state, it's not supplying the Jamaican people adequately. That's why we stand resolute and say the 1975 Labor Relation Industrial Dispute Act must be amended to fit the Jamaican people in 2025. Other countries have done it. We see that in Turks and Caicos, not Turks and Caicos, sorry. Yes, Turks and Caicos, my apologies. So Turks and Caicos, they do have progressive law to have a tax on tourism, and 60% of that goes to the staff. And they are debating for 100% of that goes to the staff. When we look in the tourism ministry, which Edmund Bartlett, the minister, the Honorable Mr. Edmund Bartlett, the Minister of Tourism, boasts about $4.38 billion, and they're looking to go to $5 billion. So we're saying within that $5 billion, where is the contingency plan for the Jamaican people? Let us have consultation with somebody like myself and others. I have over a decade of experience in the tourism industry, and by record, it takes you 7 years to become an expert, right? So I'm indeed an expert, and I say that humbly as I continue to learn. So let us consult with persons like myself and other veterans that has been in the hotels for years so that we can craft legislations, innovative legislations and policies to safeguard the Jamaican people in order for us to preserve our heritage and culture, and ask TEF and TPDCO, TEF, which is mandate to enhance the Jamaican product, also to provide grants and financial aid to entrepreneurs. We want to see that happening. And because you have not been doing that over the years, well, you have not been doing substantial amount in order to elevate the tourism product. We're saying, come to the table, let us have a conversation. And also, you must have money there for the staff now that are affected because of this hurricane, right? So these are the questions that we are asking them to come, if they are aware of this and they need to come to the table, let us speak about it. So the National Hospitality Workers Union is about that. And I will pause for a bit. I know that is a mouthful. I would love for anybody to ask a question and I will explain further.
Well, there was a question in the chat, Jamaics. Welcome back. Are you competing with the NWU and BITU for union representation? If not, are you opting for their support?
That's a very good question, and I take note when Uncle Will said at the start that there is no union representing, and the reason why that can be said or be in the space for people to think, because 9 different hotels protested last year, including Bahia twice. BITU represents Bahia staff, and we're saying we are willing to work with all unions because we are in the same business of providing protection for the tourism workers. We have seen over the years how ineffective tourism unions have been, right? And we're saying it's new era. The young people and also the older folks are feeling the real pressures and let's use experts that are actually from the tourism sectors, consult with them, and let us craft better legislation in order to preserve the Jamaican people's future. So yes, we're indeed agreeing to work with all unions once we are aligned.
Let me put this up, and then you can walk folks through it.
Yes,
there we go. Talk to us about this.
All right, thank you. So it takes cash to care, and trust me, our team has been going in our very shallow pockets, but most definitely graceful pockets. And we have folks in Montego Bay, Mount Edgecombe, Runaway Bay, and also Steertown that we went out and give care packages to from our pockets, and we have gotten some assistance from our members from our group. So we're asking that if you would like to come along to assist NHW to take care of the welfare of the Jamaican tourism workers, which has been neglected, any dollar will count. It counts as one, and we appreciate that. We're doing the rally, and trust me, we haven't gotten much aid, but the heart and the mind is willing. And if it is just a few that is out there, most definitely, we will ensure that we communicate effectively to the audience. But I definitely encourage you to assist a brother and also assist the rest of Jamaican workers who are feeling it. As the New York Times report on December 1st said, that approximately 500,000 hotel workers are living and suffering in silence. So with a helping hand, we will able to alleviate the mental pressure, the hunger, and all of those things. And let me tell you, people, 1 second. I am not a person. It's not really a comfortable thing for me to ask for money. It is about assisting lives of people. And we look at ourselves from just a small union with only one year experience or mobilizing. And we look in our pockets, which are shallow, and aid team members. And this is how we believe if we are eating a slice of bread, we can cut that in two for somebody else. That is the perspective.
Let me ask this. There's a question in the chat. Let me ask it before I bring on Richard. Yes. The question is from Lindell Brim. Are you operating your union membership on paid fees from all members? Are you operating on a UK model union membership?
So this membership and this union is crafted solely based on the heritage and culture of Jamaica and being emotionally aware of our space, what time we're living in, and how we're able to impact people. So we haven't been collecting membership from our staff. We haven't been collecting no membership fees. We don't want to go to membership fee as yet because we pay attention to the time that the Jamaican people are living in. So that is the reason why we have also registered with the Companies Office of Jamaica as a for-profit entity. We have also invested $497 in consultation and grant writing training. So we are providing training and development for our team members. We want to create entrepreneurs because it must be a self-generating thing, because we're now reaching to an era where people don't have much in their pocket to fund NGOs. So we must think innovatively and creatively in order to have self-sufficient and self-generating. So we have income and we can link that to the union. And we have ensured that we consult with legal authority and we ensure that we question it. And we, from the lessons that we have learned from Mr. Stephen Edwards about it, we have applied the method and now we're waiting for that certificate. And that is how we are able to use grants to establish some of our programs that we want in the communities, programs like hydroponics, aquaponics, able to teach about farming, so short-term and long-term farming solution. So Jamaica imports 5 times as much as they do. Given that we are a tourism body, we want to ensure that we supply that fruits and vegetable that is coming into that the hotel needs, for continuity. So we are thinking innovatively on long term. Also, we have partnered with Home Depot to train construction workers. So we're now investing and crafting ways how we can do that. So we are thinking ahead of time, because if we don't think about social entrepreneurship, that is equity, where you can pay your people properly. We cannot be against a system that has been exploiting people and not able to train them and teach them how it's supposed to be done. So that is the model of NHW Limited, with operating concurrently with NHW, the union.
All right. One last question before I bring on Richard. I just want you to give me a quick answer to this.
Yes.
Henry hit him up. Says, Mike, the tourism sector generates almost 5 billion USD per year. How much actually stays in Jamaica?
That's a very good question. So, in places, approximately 80% of that earning goes out of the country, right? And you have 10 to 15 that will be going to the government, and a mere 10% or less that goes to the Jamaican people. And here is a shocker. A prominent tourism body that started in 1981, not even their booking agency is in Jamaica. So that money don't get to touch Jamaica. So it shows that not barely crumbs, the crumbs off of the crumbs stays in Jamaica, and that must change.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Sit back for a little bit and let me hear from Mr. James now. People, as you know, Mr. James is a mathematician. As a teacher, he has won many awards in Jamaica as a student and as a lecturer. And we wanted to hear from him because he actually is from St. James. And as you know, St. James got hit by Hurricane Melissa. So first of all, we want to find out from him, how are you and your family doing? Talk to us about, give us just a synopsis of what it was like experiencing that category 5, and then we'll move into the substance.
Okay, the storm, well, during the storm, well, you know, there are not many things that really frighten me, but this one was really frightening, you know, and for the whole duration, you know, I've been through many, and this one was quite longer in duration. And believe me, the intensity of it, I've never heard or seen anything close to that. So that was for the duration of the storm. After the storm did not do a lot of damage to the books in the office, as a matter of fact. But the AC unit was destroyed on top of the building. And, you know, at home, water came in, but there was not much damage at home. So apart from the AC unit, I didn't have a great loss here. But in Westmoreland, my entire farm is flat. Yeah, so yes, the entire farm in Westmoreland is flat. The family is okay. The only water came inside in the office here. We didn't have too much damage inside here, but the AC unit was destroyed and we had to fix it. Well, it's a good thing that I had an old AC unit that I did not throw away. So they had quite a few good parts that could use, and the AC is up and running now.
Good, thank God. Glad to hear. Talk to us now about your job as an educator, pre-Melissa and post-Melissa. How is it different?
Okay, let me just give you an idea of what happened pre-Melissa. Over the years, you know, Richard James Mathematics Resources, you know, a few schools like Hampton School, Monroe College, Manning School, Rossies is the first school that caused the resources to actually leave my office. So, you know, we still have, you know, a few schools taking the resources. Mount Alverna is interested now. another school. Well, let me see if I can remember that one. Ferncourt is, over the last few years, we had a good relationship and, the resources going. But just before Melissa, a lot of the schools were getting more and more interested in the resources. So that's a new thing for me to see the schools getting more and more interested, and they are intensify their programs, in the direction of mathematics, so that the students will do better at the subject. And as a matter of fact, they consulted me for assistance in that regard. So that took place. Now, after Melissa, believe the first thing that struck me is Black River. Black River is a school. I've not even been in contact with anybody from Black River. Black River is a school that was pretty much, on the periphery as it pertains to the supporting Richard James mathematics resources. But I have a good relationship with Mr. Daya is not there anymore. Mr. Ramsamuji is also not there anymore. So I'm not so sure about the members of staff there. But just for your information, only Hampton School and Monroe College were doing better, unless something changed in very recent years. Only those schools were doing better than Black River High School in mathematics. Additionally, it was Black River, the staff at Black River, that came up with this idea of having a mock CXE examination that other schools could have attended also. So they had a mock CXE mathematics examination every year. I don't know if they still have it, because I've not been in touch with them. So it's a, we have a good idea of what took place in Black River. Also, Westmoreland, somebody from the Ministry of Education is suggesting that, we work together. She's an education officer. We haven't gotten together as yet, but that is also something that I have considering that I will, be of some assistance to her in the schools. And I have my own program because I know what it is to not have. And I'm thinking that a lot of the students in St. James, Westmoreland, to a lesser extent Hanover, but greatly in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland, and I've started to put together just from my own resources, without any assistance at all. I've, made donation to Cornwall College, a little donation to Mount Alvernia, and I made a package for Hampton School that I sent off yesterday. And I'm planning to do something for Black River. As a matter of fact, a personal gift was given to me in cash. And right now, I'm compiling as many books that I can from that gift that was given to me. It's not like a donation to the program or anything. It was given to me personally. But I'm using that cash to send the books. We have just started, we have not compiled as many as I would like to hand over to Black River as yet. But I've started to put the books together for the schools that are the students who are affected in Black River. So that's what I'm using that one to do. And I will continue to see what I can do. I also need to make a donation to Rossi's High School. I think that I'll try to make that before the Christmas holiday. If not, then we'll do it after. And all of the schools that I can, the parents, the head of department, the principal, the teachers in quite a few of the schools from St. Anne all the way down to Negril Point, which is, at the end of Westmoreland. I'm familiar with many of the administrators, and I'm in dialogue with quite a few of them, and I'm trying to see if we can, the students who are affected, because that it's a psychological thing, and the examination is coming up in a short while. As a matter of fact, I was informed, but I am not conclusive on it as yet, that the examination for students in Jamaica, what the time for preparation was extended by almost 2 months. Well, that is a very good thing if it is true, but I've not confirmed that information as yet. So, you know, I'm well prepared to see as many students as I may help to pass this mathematics examination. Now, I don't know who is willing to come forward, but I think that if we could have a network, because in terms of preparation for the examination, I have over 5,000 animated audiovisuals, heavily captioned, that even the hearing impaired can learn mathematics from watching those audiovisuals. And if we could have a network, I would have it now, but my tech person, you know, unfortunately, she died. So that's one thing that put me back, you know, that's a great setback for me. But I have over 5,000 animated audiovisuals, and we have some that we have not narrated as yet. Yeah, so we have not narrated a lot of the audiovisuals that we have. So, well, they are not really audio as yet, but we have quite a few. And there's no way that Jamaica should be performing the way that we do in mathematics, because Richard James alone, 20 plus books, over 5,000 animated audiovisuals. And the students who have used those books, they are doing extremely well. And the audiovisuals, they are doing well. And the schools have done well. And they will continue to do well. And as a matter of fact, this year, quite a few schools, more schools, yes, are interested.
2 questions. One of them is on the screen. What about Herbert Morrison Tech?
I'm using a different device because of connectivity. I'm not seeing so well.
Yeah, Judith Hibbert asked Mr. James, Sir James, what about Herbert Morrison Tech? Have you done any work with them?
Well, this year, somebody from Herbert Morrison Technical just asked for some of my resource books. So at least the books are there, and I have one person there who can stand up for the resources. Now, over the years, believe me, I do not know why not only Herbert Morrison, but Montego Bay High School, they have not only those 2 schools, my personal school, Cornwall College, over the years, and putting those 3 together, those schools have not taken kindly to the resources. They have not taken as kindly as Monroe College, Hampton School, Rossies, Manning School, Westwood, Brownstown Community College, the Ocho Rios High School, Discovery Bay. I'm just naming some schools far away that are very much interested in the resources and have been using them.
All right.
Herbert Morrison, Mr. Adams was there for a bit. Mr. Adams and I, we were on the same block at the university. And Mr. Robinson, who was the head of the department for a while, you know, is my colleague at Cornwall College. And when his mother was going on leave, she would recommend that I take her place. So they would call me and employ me at some of the institutions temporarily when Mr. Robinson's mother, who was also the head of the department at Montego Bay High School, when she was on leave, but I did not go there, Montego Bay High School. So, you know, it's not like they imagine that I will not do a good job. They know.
All right.
You understand? Oh, yes, because, you know, I'm a plain talker. So people should know. Some Mrs. Peter King refused to take me at Montego Bay, 1 year, Herbert Morrison Technical High School, because me have blacks. Yeah, and Sister Angela also at Mount Alverna refused to take me.
So where is Miss Peter King now? You know where she is?
And this is
yeah, go sideways from where?
Right?
Yeah, the question stunted you, man. Gone.
So people still have issues with locks in this day and age? Seriously?
Oh, 100%.
Them never learn nothing recently?
If I may share just a quick thing about that. So I was growing my hair whilst I was at the hotel. Always ensure that it is nice and neatly groomed. And I remember at Royals and Blue Waters, the HR manager was very condescending, remind me of the behavior of Miss Juliet Holness, and about my hair, saying that I should cut my hair. And I said, but the guests come here to see the culture of Jamaica. Why can't I wear my hair? It is not like it is out of place. And she said, I want to wear my nose ring, and I can't do that. And I said to her, ma'am, that is an unfair statement to make, because you attach a nose ring to your body, and this moved out of my scalp. But this is the type of behavior that is in the tourism leadership and training department. It's quite ironic it's coming from her. And we're saying that we're developing programs to teach proper etiquette and also to ensure continuity of professional service. I'm also trained to do that, and we're developing programs for that. So we see how they are still against Rastafarian culture in Jamaica.
Mr. James, thanks.
Yes, I know you can hear me.
Mr.
Can you hear
James.
me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you quite well.
All right,
Yes,
listen.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, time is at a premium, but I really want your voice to be heard. So let me just combine a couple of questions and comments in the chat and see if you can address them. One of them from LW2 says, have you requested financial assistance from the government? That's one. And it says you deserve to get some support before the resources are depleted. That's one. Pamela Brown says you need to copyright your work. And then there's another one here. Hold on. Where is it? Well, wait a minute. Did I look like okay. How can one access your books from Tian? So we have two questions there. One is, have you requested financial assistance from the government? And two, how can people access your books?
I only heard how one can access my books.
The first one is, have you requested financial assistance from the government?
No, I've not attempted to get financial assistance from the government. And if you have been in my shoe for over the years, no, I've not requested financial assistance.
Can you tell us why?
Are you hearing me?
Yes. Are you able to tell us why?
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Anyone hearing me?
Yes.
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Are you hearing us?
I don't see any sound. Well, I see sound graph. But I need to know if you are hearing me. I'm not hearing.
We are
Can
hearing
you hear us?
You are not hearing us.
We're hearing you.
Yes, I'm able to tell you why. No, because of the, yes. Okay, great. Because of how, yes, I am hearing you.
He has a delay.
There's a delay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might have to come back to him another time.
Yeah, and it looks like his connection just failed.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hold on a second.
I'm hearing. Yes, I was hearing
you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and answer those two. Time is up on us, so go ahead and answer those two questions. One is, you started answering the first one. Why is it? The question is, have you approached the government for financial assistance? And you said no. And then the question I asked was, is there any particular reason? Do you care to share the reason why you haven't approached the government?
Yes, because the mathematics resources were taken to the two members on both sides, both ruling and in opposition, and they turned a blind eye to it. So I am thinking that if those individuals, when they were ministers of education, would have these mathematics resources in their hands, and they just drop them, then if I go to them about anything concerning the resources, the same result will, the same thing will result. They will they'll put them aside again. That's what I think.
All right. The second
I
question is
don't bother to waste any more time with them.
all right. The second question is how can people access your books?
So that is why, you know, I don't seek funding from the government.
Can you hear me?
I think that you ask other questions. Oh, right. I've been to a
Ooh, all right. Let me, Producer Joan, give Mr. James a call now and see if we can rebook him, please. Because I'd love to talk to him, but we're running out on time right now. So let me just remove him. And nephew, I don't want you to leave, because here's why I don't want you to leave. We're going to talk about some subject matter, if you have the time to stay and watch what we'll talk about. All right. Let me pull up something here, people. Something that people are not talking about that we really should be talking about. Where is the one?
Just a second.
One with the food. Oh, here it is.
Just a second. Just a second.
Yeah,
I will come back once it's time. All right. I'm just stay on and I will mute.
Yeah. All right, no problem. All right, folks, let me show you this. Look at this. This was November 15th. Containers with condemned food go missing. I don't see. I don't see.
I remember this news article, and it baffles me. I was confused then, and I'm confused now. How? How we go missing?
Well, let me just read it for those of you who cannot see the writing. It says here, the Ministry of Health is urging members of the public to avoid purchasing or consuming food items following the disappearance and tampering of 4 containers holding food, and here is the key, unfit for human consumption. Unfit for human consumption. 4 containers. 4 containers. That's a lot of food. And if the containers were declared, if the food items were declared to be unfit for human consumption, then I have a couple of questions. One is, when were they declared unfit for human consumption? 2, what's the destruction procedure? 3, depending on the time that you tell me, why were they at this place? 4, what about the security for this place? 5, how many other containers do you have for food? Where you have, how many other containers did you declare holding food that you declared unfit for human consumption? 6, where else do you have these places where you store these containers with food unfit for human consumption? And the list goes on and on. And here it is. It says the division confirmed that 4 containers previously seized and stored at a facility in Portobello, Montego Bay, St. James were found to have been tampered with and are now missing from the compound. The containers held, and here is the key, the containers held rice, flour, red kidney peas, and cornmeal. Those are staples, basic food items. Everybody going to buy them. And see, the ministry stated that these products had been deemed unsuitable for human consumption. Now we need to know why. And they're telling people, be caution, exercise caution when you're buying food, ensuring purchases are made only from reputable vendors and regulated outlets. That doesn't mean anything, because it's 4 containers. How we know that these reputable vendors and regulated outlets not buying from somebody who has care and custody of the 4 containers? We don't know. And guess what, people? We haven't heard this. We have in terms of public service announcement, it's not much more than this. I have to give credit to a couple of the bloggers. They have gone out and they have, I've seen like a few stories on this, but beyond that, I haven't seen where the government is urging people not to. And they haven't told us why. They haven't told us why they declared the shipment unfit for human consumption. We don't know if it's very dangerous, if it's somewhat dangerous, if it's just out of precautionary measures. We don't know. But the moment you say it's unfit for human consumption, then it doesn't really matter. If it's unfit for human consumption, it's unfit for human consumption. And so we need to know about your security measures and your destruction procedures. We don't know. This is not good, people. Because now, people are going to buy these items. And as we were told, there are very few corner shops now in Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, St. James. Or we have fewer than before, Melissa. So a lot of this food is going to end up where? Supermarket shelves. So you might be thinking, well, I'm not going to buy it from the corner shop because we don't know where they're getting their stuff from. We're going to buy it from the supermarket. But you don't know where the supermarket is buying it from. Tian, was it found? Is it still being investigated? Swept away on the car? We don't know. We haven't heard anything. Kesu, you deserve a medal. Because Kesu said, just like the disposal of the medical waste. Kesu, I'm still waiting on them to come and tell me where are they, how are they disposing medical waste? They said, oh, we need some more time to answer. And so far, they haven't answered me. But this, people, is a serious threat to health and wellness in Jamaica. And we don't hear anything from the Ministry of Health. We don't hear anything from the Ministry of National Security. We don't hear anything. We don't hear anything. So I'm going to move that. Kevin, go ahead.
Let me be a bigger conspiracy theorist and say this. If it just so happens that there's an outbreak of catastrophic proportions, larger than what there is now, and people are dropping like flies, never to return, then properties are becoming available.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that might be in the best interest of some stakeholders. Not to say that that is what anybody is trying to do. I'm just saying that my conspiracy theorist head is leading me in that direction. And I guess if I can think it, then somebody else can think it too. It's baffling, as I said before, that something like this could happen. And like Will was just saying, these products end up on supermarket shelves. Are they ending up in supermarket shelves in Kingston? Or are they ending up to give aid and supplies to the people that are desperate in Western Jamaica? And so there's the other question. If the people in Western Jamaica are having difficulty accessing their funds, are not able to work so that they can earn funds, what are they using to purchase said goods? So now the people that are giving out aid are being targeted and saying that, hey, listen, these people that are coming to your aid are not necessarily giving you good things. You don't know where they're getting it from. So now you're casting shade and on the people that are providing aid so that they can go where? Only to you, the government, maybe? Just my, I could be, and I hope I am way off based in my thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But what we have seen so far, the possibility exists. Mike?
All right. Mike.
So it look like you don't want to say something.
No, I'm saying what you're saying could be a possibility. I hope it's not, but there are a lot of things looking, pointing that direction. I hope it's not.
No, that's the thing is in the chat they're saying that they found them today. When I said found them, did they find all 4 containers with all of the contaminated food items? We need to know this. Just to say they found them. I mean, that I'm not satisfied with the government providing that answer, and I don't know if that's the case. I haven't seen it, but even if they come back with the 4 containers and nothing's missing, it still speaks to the security. It still speaks to the method of destruction, and it speaks to what we don't know. How many more containers we have missing and we don't hear anything?
Will
you don't know.
Walk out in a people pocket.
Exactly. But here we are at 6 o'clock now, and we could just quickly jump off into the people are not going to love this topic now. This is about JPS. It's about JPS, and we've been doing some reading around here, and we've looked at the annual report for JPS. And again, I don't know how many people are actually looking at the annual report because it has a lot of information in there. For example, we found out that JPS, people, when they think about generation of power, people say, oh, JPS. Well, guess what? JPS is the only entity by law that can sell power in Jamaica. It is not the only entity in Jamaica by law that can produce power. We found about 8 or 10 companies in Jamaica that they produce power, renewables, and they watch my lips, have to sell their power to JPS. So think about it. JPS, an independent power producer, is selling power to JPS. They're not going to sell it to JPS without making a profit. So they sell it to JPS and they make a profit. Then JPS turn around and sell that profit. Sell that energy to you, and they make money because they have to cover their expenditure and make a profit as well. So you see what's going on. Another thing that we found out that JPS have about what, 12 to 15 loans. There were 12 to 15 loans. So if Jamaica should even exercise the right to purchase assets, you're going to have to go purchase the liabilities too. People not think about them thing here. You have to purchase the liabilities. And some of them are becoming due. Some of them are becoming due 2026, 2027. There's one short-term loan, and I think they have like about 12 or so. We're going to show you the document, right? We're going to show you the document. And then think about it. It's not the first time the government has loaned money to JPS unsecured. It's not the first time. It's the second time. It's the first time in recent history. The first time there's a German company that loaned the money to Jamaica, and Jamaica loaned the money to JPS. And then JPS is primarily an Asian company. Think about that. It's an Asian company. It's not a Jamaican company. Why do I say that? 80% of JPS is owned by Asians, by an Asian firm. One from South Korea, one from Japan. The last time I checked, those two are Asian countries. They own 80% of JPS. Jamaica owns 19.9 or something like that, and 0.1% is small investors. So let's say Jamaica owns 20%. So if Jamaica should exercise what Minister Vaz is talking about, saying that, well, we are going to, if they don't fix if we're going to give them 150. Oh, by the way, did you know that JPS is self-financed for resilience? Self-financed, meaning that they don't buy insurance from the CCRF or whatever. They don't buy it from the Caribbean as the Jamaican government. And then think about it to people. The Jamaican government is part owner of JPS. So why wouldn't they see to it that their interests are covered? Instead, JPS have this little thing of them, and I'll show you. It's right. It's called, they set it up in 2004. And this fund, they could have gotten something from the Caribbean Climate Resilience Insurance Fund, but they said, nah, we're not going to do that. We're going to let we'll just make the customers and pay for it. So they pay into a fund that's operated by the what the name again, Kevin? The utilities. What them call
OUR.
Office of Utilities Regulation. Yeah. So now it's $50 million. $50 million. How you think them get the money for put inside there? Customers. We are paying for that, right? And we're going to show you a bill, and them high dollar. Some of them costs are hidden in something called miscellaneous. Look for Jamaicans. If you pay your bill,
you mean the IPP fees?
I beg your pardon?
You mean the IPP fees? Jamaica, no. You're in Jamaica. What is the IPP? Who names it?
I will tell you the truth that I don't know, and I'm learning a lot right now too. It caused me to do some research.
Yeah, okay. The IPP. We're gonna show you upon the thing, man. We'll show you, right? And they provide the power. They provide a lot of the power to JPS, and JPS turn around and sell it. And if you remember, people, Minister Voss came out recently and said that under the law, you can provide power to your neighbor, provided you are not selling it. Because the only entity, and he didn't say this, but the only entity under law that can sell power in Jamaica is JPS. Now, here is something, people. JPS was formed in it's a combination of small companies, 1922, somewhere around there. They formed JPS. And JPS was a private entity until 1971. In 1971, the Jamaican government nationalized it. They say, yeah, we're going to our thing, and then purchase it and then take it over. And it remained as a Jamaican government, a Jamaican country, a Jamaican people company for 31 years. 31 years. And we own it. Then they started selling off. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just reading about the IPP as Kevin just asked about. So it says an independent power producer is a private company that generates electricity. So that what you were speaking about, the 8 different companies. So I'm learning, as I said.
We're gonna show you, man. Kevin, grab the document. We'll show you. So they provide a lot of the power. But this company that we call JIS was formed around 1921, 1922, and it remained a private entity until 1971. And then the Jamaican government owned it for 30 years, and then they sold 80% of the shares. Right? So now they're a minority shareholder. Now, why is it? Think about it. If they're paying their bills, first of all, why would you sell something that's profitable? Why would you sell something that's profitable? And the other thing is, if JPS, if they wanted to seek financing, why didn't get it from the multilaterals? Why didn't they get it from a South Korean bank or a Japanese bank? Or why didn't they get it from somewhere else? Why is it the Jamaican government had to do it? And it's unsecured. So, and now with this loan, it's like Jamaica is loaning Jamaica money, or at least Jamaica government is loaning 20% of the Jamaica government interest in this thing. But let me show you. At what? Oh, let's talk about that. Thank you. We were told that the rate for this 150, it's a 5-year loan, and that the rate is 5.5%. Now, when we did a little research, we found out that Jamaica debt servicing rate is about average 5.75. So the question is, why would you borrow money and pay 5.75 and then you loan money at 5.5? It doesn't make any sense.
It's just 0.25%. It's just 0.25%, Will.
Echo Rob Williams said, speak to the announcement by Minister Vaz that if JPS does not pay, they will take over the assets. They cannot take over the assets. They cannot, because guess what happened? JPS is valued at about 800 million US dollars to some between 800 and a billion, somewhere around there, right? Remember, Jamaica only owned 20%. $150 million. $150 million will not give you majority shareholdership. It won't. It won't. You with your 20% and you offset 150 and take the shares, you still won't have 50% or greater than 50% to take over the company. So you're gonna have to go sell the company. You mean you're gonna have to go purchase it outright. Where Jamaica get the money from for go buy that? And remember, we owned it one time, and it was a failing venture, and we sold it, and then we are gonna buy it again. No, and here's another thing. Mr. Vaz, and we'll play the tape. Mr. Vaz said, listen, we will not issue the lease. The agreement says that within you have to let them know if you're going to extend the lease no more than 2 years before the termination of the lease, right? So that's why they did it this year, because the lease is going to expire in 2017. July, I think, 2017. So they advised them June of this year that they're not going to extend the lease with the terms that they have now. The terms that they have now existed from January 2016. Just before the election, the PNP government negotiated this. You know what Mr. Vaz said? He said the terms were faulty from the beginning, and they're even faultier now. Let's for the sake of this conversation, let's say the PNP screwed up and they got screwed over by the Japanese or whomever they sold it, because they sold it to one company that actually resold it to I think the Japanese. But let's say in that deal in January of 2016 that the PNP got taken, or the government of Jamaica, the people of Jamaica, they lost out on that deal. Remember now, 2 months later, another party took over. So now, you're telling me now, say, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, up to 2024. You're telling me, say, this government ever realized it? It's just now them realize that the terms them faulty. It's just now them realize that the terms faulty. And also, they have to change the law so that entities can come in and compete. Kevin, which part? Where the video there where the Prime Minister saying, "I'll bring in the companies them and them will get them all bring in big companies and them going to do this and them going to do that and lower the cost of things." We need to do that before we play Minister Vaz, because we have Minister Vaz, but here we know we have Minister Vaz to show you for some different reasons too. Because if you remember, if you look on the promo say rooms on the beach, the rural school bus program, HOLYWELL National Forest Park scandal, JPS loan. Do we have any reason to trust the minister messenger or the message, right? And there's one person who, the common thread in all of this, well, actually it's two. You have the Prime Minister. He was here when all of this took place. He was Prime Minister, or still is Prime Minister. But we have the person here, Mr. Vaz, who he's involved, he's connected to all of this in some way, shape, or form. But while Kevin is, Kevin looking for it. But folks, let me just say that the we had it up a couple of weeks ago, Kevin. If you go back to the old,
yeah, we did.
Yeah, if you go back to last week or the week before, you'll see it. Let me just go. No.
Wasn't it this one?
Is that it?
Might have been, you know.
Eh?
It might have been. Oh, but I'm not loading it the right place. Hey.
Yeah, folks. So this thing here, this. Let me continue. This thing with JPS, it's foolishness. It's foolishness. I wouldn't give them the 150 million. You hear them talk about light? What about food? What about water? What about medicine? What about housing? A roof over your head? What about all of those things? This is today's. It's not there. It's
No. I'm going to go in there.
It's not adding up. It is not adding up. Go over one more, Kevin. It's not in this one. Oh yeah, no, that's not it. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. That's it. This
is it.
All right, people, look on this. Here it is.
One of the things that I know affecting whole heap of people in Jamaica is the high electricity bill. When the PMP come into power, them say them going to bring down electricity costs. What has happened since? Electricity costs keep rising. They promise that by 2016 they would have made the JPS more efficient with more efficient plants. That's not going to happen till another 2 years. And before you know it, it will be another 3 or 4 years before them actually do it. The Labour Party will make sure that we put in place more efficient electricity generated plants to bring down the cost of electricity to you. I don't like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
You just have to ask yourself the question, has it happened?
You know, he wasn't completely dishonest. And I say that to say there are electricity producing companies in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
That part happened. Now the rest of it, we have a problem. If he were to ask the question today that he started out this video asking about what happened with the electricity bill, how many people can say it never got up? Nobody can say that. So I am hoping that people are listening to these words not from a political standpoint, but more from a consumer standpoint. What as a consumer is it that I was looking for then and have been looking for since? And then take it from there. Rebel.
Go ahead, Jamaica.
Can you speak about what happened to electricity costs, kilowatt per hour in 2017?
In 17, I don't know what it was, but I know today it is one of the highest in the world.
36 kilowatt cents per kilowatt.
Yeah. And here's the thing. it would have been a much easier sell to say, let's revise the law so that we can bring them in and we can have competition, because competition is going to drive the prices down. Unless you have collusion between the parties, right? It's going to drive the price of electricity down. Instead, let's assume that what Kevin said is correct, that under his leadership, they brought in independent power producers. The thing is, there's no competition because they're selling it to JPS. So JPS is the only person that is selling power. So JPS can do whatever they want to. Of course, you have a regulatory board, but I mean, it's the board is foolishness, because if they go there and say we need an increase, chances are they're going to get an increase. If they say if we don't get the increase, we're going to have to reduce our capacity to provide electricity on favorable at favorable prices to the consumers. If they say we can't, if we don't get this raised, then what will happen is that some parts of the country will have to do without electricity, because it won't be feasible for us to provide them with the electricity. We're going to be losing money doing that. We need a profit. African, you'll be right. Monopoly. That's exactly what they have in Jamaica. It's a monopoly.
Uncle, I want you to explain when he opened the taxable threshold in 2017. You had explained it before. When the taxable threshold was at 150 kilowatt per hour.
We have that document. Yeah, what happened was what they did was up to a certain level you didn't have to pay, right? And what they did was they lowered it so that they have more people now paying tax, paying GCT on electricity. Yeah,
was that 300 kilowatt per hour, and he lowered it down to 150 kilowatt per hour.
We have that document here, people. If you're interested in that, we have that document. We can show you that they actually did it, and they call it indirect taxation. That's what they call it. And they said, so instead of giving, as would I say, a blight to people who used a certain amount and below that, what they did, they lowered the level to capture more people. But look, here is my newest best friend. See me now.
And as I said a few months ago, I was going to give the people of Jamaica bus after bus after bus. I'm going to give them light after light after light.
You notice what he said? As I said a few months ago, I was going to give the people bus after bus after bus. You notice he didn't say, as I said and did give them bus after bus after bus after bus. Likewise, I'm going to give them light after light after light. Oh, no, notice him never said that. Let me play it again for you so you can listen carefully to what him said.
As I said a few months ago, I was going to give the people of Jamaica bus after bus after bus. I'm going to give them light after light after light.
Okay. Well, you're give them bus after bus after bus. Make we talk about this bus after bus after bus business, Mr. Vaz. Make we talk about it. Make we start with this one, yeah.
Thing that you would have heard me say before. Tom drunk, but Tom not fool. Never you ever underestimate the people of Jamaica. They may not have the educational background by getting them diploma and getting them certificate and going to university and going to high school. They are not stupid. They know how to assess, and they have something called common sense, which is not common. Only a few of us have common sense. The rest of us have diplomas and big degrees. I don't have none, I have zero. So the only thing I have is common sense, and that is what drives me to do what I do and do it well.
When I look for Kevin, I know it's done dark and stupid. I'm going to see it here. I don't see it here. If you can find, I want it for me. All right. Him talk about that. Here's the second one.
Just go back in history. The JLP under Mike Henry tried to introduce a rural school bus system in 2011. We lost the election and Omar Davis locked it down. We had 230 buses that we were going to bring over 4 years with the first set of 65. And it was cancelled, the order for the 65, and it was scuttled on the basis that it was unsustainable and not affordable. In 2013, JUTC tried to do the same thing by putting 20 buses as a pilot for rural school bus. Again, scuttled and locked down by the PNP. So this will be the third attempt. And this one is not going to fail. What I can say to you very clearly and categorically is that they have gotten the backlash from the people of Jamaica. And now they are using their bloggers to spread mischief and propaganda because they can't open their mouth again. These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July. 26 are here and 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That puts us at 40. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is $1.4 billion. The $1.4 billion covers the cost of the buses, the inland transport to get them to the ports in Miami, the freight, sea freight from Miami to Kingston, the retrofitting of the doors, and also the refurbishing. It also covers 1 year maintenance, which is going to be done under the strictest conditions, similar to what the Department of Transport stipulates for the states.
Let me move that because we don't lie, my lie. But listen to this one, you know.
100 safe, secure, and fit-for-purpose buses have been purchased as part of the planned rollout. It's actually 110. 100 will go into the system and 10 will be held back for contingency in order to make sure that we have buses to replace existing buses for whatever reason. 26 buses are in Jamaica. 14 additional buses arrived on Saturday of last week. 4 more are en route to Jamaica. And 18 more will be delivered on July 14th. And 28 each will be delivered on the 22nd of July and the 30th and the 29th of July. So, in essence, all 110 school buses will be here by the end of July.
All 110 school buses will be here, meaning Jamaica, by the end of July. That's why I'm saying.
As I said a few months ago, I was going to give the people of Jamaica bus after bus after bus. I'm going to give them light after light after light.
And you know why I can't say that, people? You know why I can't tell with that? Because this is his belief. This is his perception of us.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
One more time.
They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
This is why him can say that. Because people, we know that the 110 buses did not arrive in Jamaica by the end of July. And as a matter of fact, we don't believe the 110 buses are in Jamaica right now. Oh, and by the way, see the buses there, man. See the buses there. We just play this because we are trying. He make the link and say, like essentially what he's saying, like I promised them bus after bus after bus. I'm going to promise them light after light after light. But watch out. Watch
You
out.
know, these are good buses for America. But I'm going to say one word and you'll get the idea what I'm talking about. Hills. Hills. Hills.
We have another one, Kevin. We don't see it inside there. We have another one.
Lie after lie after lie.
We have another one. We have another one. The one where them throw the water in the radiator.
Yes, we do.
We're-
We have to go pull it from. It's not in that one. I forgot pull it from.
Let me show the people. Let me just show them this one here. Hold on there, Kevin.
Yeah, do you think?
Right.
All the wheeling rotten right now, this scary for the pitney them, man. Watch out. To show you how long them about to park up. Yeah, man. See it? Watch out. Yeah, man, I just passed me right at top of spur tree look while. See that come up. See that? Show them that part. And gone left one. Real old bus then go by, man. Real old bus. Watch it. Yeah, man, and I come full Jamaican. No can't trick you know. Yeah, man, no can't trick you.
No, man, him trick we, man. Him trick we. Him trick we.
They are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are dark, and they are stupid.
Him trick we because him get the money. Him get the money. Now the question what we must ask is that, okay, you trick we and you get the 1.4 billion for buy 110 buses. Prove to us that we have 110 buses. And you said they were all going to be in country by the end of July 2025. Where are the buses? And if the 110 buses are not here in the country, where is the money? Where is the money? Remember now, people, that's a connection we're trying to make. Or that's a connection we're making. Rooms on the beach. I don't know if we have, hold on a second. Rooms on the beach, we must remember that it was the same Daryl Vaz that was involved in Rooms on the Beach. And I hope Kevin can find the Kevin, see if he can find the Contractor General's report about that. We know about the Holywell National Forest Park scandal where he tried to lease land abutting, I think, John Crow Mountain and the Blue Mountain. It's protected. It's abutting a protected land. And he wanted to lease those lands for a minimal cost. First of all, the lands are not for sale or for lease. But somehow he got involved, and it was only when concerned citizens and entities got involved that he had to back down. The Rooms on the Beach, we sold the property. The property valued almost 14 million. We sold it for 7. Right? And I keep saying, people, the rural school bus program, we don't get the buses, we don't have the money. At one point, we saw documentation saying the buses were new. Now we've come since then, we have come to find out that the buses, they're not new. But I submit to you, my people, that the reason why this is going on, very simple. I no feed them money. It's not their money. So that's why they can't do it. It's like play money. So, because if the money got, well, it's more than play money, because there are allegations that some ministers, some parliamentarians, money end up in their pockets, are families and friends and associates. But I guarantee you, if it was their money, they wouldn't use it like this. You think if Minister Vaz had to put up fee money and go lend a company unsecured, meaning that if the man them run and have nothing forget, you not have to try still half whether them have our, them, you not have no collateral that you can say, well, this is mine. 150 million. You think him would have done that with free money? Yes, Jeffrey Warley, right? It's like free money. The money coming and them just say, boy, I'm going to spend it. I know we see all of these loans. All these loans coming in. We not pay back. Oh, we're not the JPS. We forgot to go to JPS. We not pay back the loan yet. The COVID loans, and we not pay them back yet, 750 million. And we not pay back them loans yet. And when you ask, they will come out and say, oh, there is no discrepancy. This money is accounted for. When you ask them, show me the accountability. Show me. Oh, speaking of accountability, just as an aside, it has come to my attention that JAMP was accused by a media house in Jamaica of having admitted that it was wrong when it said 3 trillion unaccounted for. Something to that effect. I don't understand it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Because here's the thing, people. When JAM said 3 trillion unaccounted for, JAM didn't come out and say 3 trillion stolen. They said unaccounted for, meaning that there is no paperwork showing where that money went. Since then, it has come to my attention that there's only one ministry that actually responded to providing outstanding documents to the Auditor General, and that's the Ministry of Education. And it's not for the complete sum. Yeah, we're going to put that up. We're going to put that up, D. Marie. Kevin gone. Kevin left me because we have to put up the reward or maybe the award. What JAMP did, JAMP said, listen, we are going to put up 250,000 Jamaican dollars to anyone who can produce a video showing where JAMP, in an interview with that media house, said that it made a mistake in saying that the money was unaccounted for, or words, something to that effect. Right? That is JAMP's position. Now, here's the thing. JAMP said the money is unaccounted for. Now, let me ask you a question, people. If you take money and use it for a wrongful purpose, I'm talking now as a ministry. You take money coming from the consolidated fund, taxpayers' money, and you use it for a wrongful purpose. But people can track and see where the money went. Is that unaccounted for? No. We know where the money went. It's accounted for. But was it spent for the right purpose? No. So JAMP didn't even get into the weeds with that. JAMP just said, listen, essentially what JAMP was saying is that 3 trillion spent and we don't have paperwork to match up with the money that was spent. Essentially, that's it. JAMP wasn't saying the money was spent improperly or the money wasn't spent. Or I'm hearing about a case, and this is a very frightening case, where a piece of equipment was purchased by a ministry. And when the Auditor General went to do her audit, they found this piece, a sensitive piece of equipment, out in the sun. And then they asked, what kind of equipment is this? And they were told what the equipment was. And the response was that, why is it sitting out here in the sun, subject to weathering? Why? And the Auditor General was told that the building has to be retrofitted for the unit to work. The unit costs something like 30 million, and to retrofit the building is about 120 million. So it don't make no sense. So the unit just purchase and just sit down out there and just disintegrate or rot away. This is what I'm talking about. Waste. This is what I'm talking about.
Can we call it cockystocracy?
Yes. Yes. How you can buy a piece of equipment and then do an assessment of the building to see if it will work in the building. You just see it and you say, boy, and then, from what I'm being told, they went through the proper procurement procedures and they purchased it. And when they purchased it, they realized, oh, it won't work in the building. By the way, we are going to try and get Miss Jeanette Calder from JAMP on the program this coming Wednesday. Not sure if we'll get her, but we're going to try our level best to get her, because this is an amazing story. This is astonishing, to the point that JAMP has now put out a reward, an award, whatever, saying that if you can provide to us a videotape of us admitting that we made a mistake when we said 3 trillion unaccounted for, then we will pay you 250,000. That is what has to go on right now. Let me see if I can find, hold on a second there. Let me see if I can. Hold on. All right, let me just show you this. This is not the report. This is a Gleaner article from the report. All right. Let me read it to you right here. See, it says right here, first paragraph, it says, in his report, Harrison, who is the contractor general, had also accused Daryl Vaz, minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, of what? Of influencing the sale of the St. Anne Hotel and Beachlands below market value. And look at the next, look at this paragraph. Harrison's report had stated that the UDC was unable to negotiate freely from a position of strength in the sale of rooms on the beach to Puerto Caribe Properties Limited. Why? Because of Vaz's direct involvement and that of other state agencies. That's it. And eventually, look, they have to give back the money. They give them back nearly 1 billion. And we still have some questions as to whether or not that accounts for the sum that was provided, down payment, or whether that was for the down payment and some other monies. This people is just amazing. It's amazing. Let me move some of this. We're coming up on, we have, oh, this one is funny.
I promote 1 degree per household. They sent Daryl Vaz to speak on it. Daryl Vaz can't count past 10, so I don't know how he might go to 1 million. That's why I call him bucket stopper Vaz. They have to use like these bucket stoppers to count to 20. So they have to say 11, 12, 13, and 14, lick him chest when he reach 9. So I don't know how them to send Daryl Vaz to come talk about costing. If me and Daryl Vaz do maths, 100% we are going to beat him. Because he can't do maths.
Can't do maths. Maybe him can do maths.
Why I promote 1 day.
Him can do maths. No, here is something that we should play every time we come online. We should play this every time.
All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets, which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on 2 things: economic growth and job creation. Everything that they do must lead towards economic growth and job creation. Failure to achieve those specific targets within the time period are consequential. And then secondly, they will get a 90-day target. In other words, we want to be able to give a report card on the first 100 days of achievements. So they will get a 90-day target that they must achieve, and these are what we call the low-hanging changes that can be made within the first 90 days. And all of that is aligned to our manifesto.
Did anybody get that letter? Yeah, we haven't seen it. Africa Newbie said, just today I saw a story that there's a pileup of biohazard materials. I remember we've been asking about this, Africa Newbie. We asked them through an ATI, we asked them to tell us how are they disposing of biohazard material, because we've gotten word that they're burying the stuff. And you see, with all this Melissa rain and things like that, then bury it out west, you know, so that sinking of the aquifer, that gone on the ground and gone on the water supply. I mean, them not really care about Jamaican people. They don't. They don't. Let me move some of these.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to close on the issue of the JPS restoration. And I want to be very clear in relation to reiterating some of the information that I have already stated, just out of an abundance of caution and to quiet the miscommunication and the noise. Last Tuesday, I have made a statement outlining the decision of the government to lend the JPS $150 million in relation to restoration, early restoration. This came on the basis that their projections were taking us to April, May, and possibly June 2026, based on their current cash flow. Let me indicate again that the loan was a decision recommended and supported by the Ministry of Finance and approved by Cabinet to lend the JPS the $150 million specifically to fast-track restoration. As I said a few months ago.
Let me stop it right there and just put this up. And like I said, we're going through this document with a fine-tooth comb with some auditors and some accountants. Here's a document. This document, what page is this now? Pages 110, 111. All right, let me go up and show you what this document is. There it is. So JPS annual report. And it's an annual report for 2024. The latest. There it is again. There it is. It is right here. I'll show you. See it right here. Annual report 2024. Now make it up. All right. Now let me go back. Like I said, I'm going to say this quite often. Get used to seeing this document. But there's something here that we so, all right, here we go. We're just looking at loans now. Because here's what happened. One auditor told me today. He said that their assets are aging and they can't produce. What it suggests to him is that there's going to be a failure for this company because they're going to have to replace those assets because they're aging and they have to replace them. They can't refurbish them. And he said, this is not a good sign for a company that's growing. Also, he said he noticed that the profit margin was, the profits were declining over the last 3 years or so. It's going down. Do you want to buy a company like this? Do you want to buy a company like this? Let me show you. When you buy this company, because here Minister Vaz said, oh, if they can't pay, if they can't do this, then we are going to take over the assets. Well, first of all, $150 million can't buy the assets, all of the assets, and make you the majority shareholder. Cannot. So they're going to have to go sell it. They're going to have to, the Japanese and the South Korean will have to sell. And does Jamaica want to pay and take over back JPS? They say they want to go out and get other companies to involve. Well, change the law and bring it in so that people can compete. That's why you get prices going down. You can't get a monopoly. And that's what the law has provided. Only one company can sell electricity in Jamaica. Let me go back and see if I can find because there are companies, they have the companies here that they have the companies that are selling power to JPS. Some of the companies are actually owned by JPS, but not all of them. All right, first let's look at the loans. They have, if you look here, if you look, let me big it up. I don't know if you can see that. Tell me if I can see that. Yeah, you must can see that, right? Loans. This is from the KPMG audit that's contained in the 2024 annual statement. See that? They have one short-term loan. $5 million, 6% fixed rate. It was supposed to be repaid by July of 2025. We don't know because this is 2024. We'll find out in 2025, the report coming out pretty soon, whether or not this loan was paid off. And then after that, no. So they have one short-term loan. Everything else is long-term, where they have a period of time they have to pay. Look at this first one here. This is a loan from a German company. And this loan was given to the government of Jamaica, 3.9 million euros, 7% fixed rate. And then Jamaica turned around and gave that loan to JPS. Jamaica is on the hook for this loan. Then you see the other loans right there. These are all long-term loans. So if you count them, you have one short-term, which we don't know if that's paid off. Then we have this German loan. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make a small at top and I'll show you something. Okay. It's 2 pages. Ah, there we go. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Jamaics, we know say you have to go, and that's fine, no problem. We'd love to have you again. Come join us and talk to us, especially now that you're having this function on Monday. Maybe Wednesday you can come back and tell us what it was like, you know. And again, all the best.
And thank you again, and thank Kevin and the team, and thanks for also the family members sitting and listening, and also just encourage your family members to come out and support on Monday. We still have the GoFundMe running. Please assist us as we assist others. And again, I hope to come back Wednesday to come and give a report of what happened. And thank you. We continue to learn together, and we'll see you at SIP and stand with Dr. Devon Taylor and JAMAICA with the unions. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, nephew. We'll see you soon. Let me get back to this report here. So they have one short-term loan, which we don't know if they pay off, and then they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 loans on this page, and then I think we have to go over this side over here, and then we have long-term loans continued 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 long-term loans. And when we say long-term, some of them have to be repaid within a short period of time. Look at number 9. That has to be repaid in 2027. Number 10, 2027. And then we have some of them that they go out past 2030, like the IDB. This one here is 2033. This one, 2029. number 6 right here. This one, 2029. And then this one is 2034. And then here's another one, 2029. And this one is 2027. Here's a 2027 here. Here's another 2027 here. We're talking right around the corner, people. Talking right around the corner. And then let's look at this one here. This one is 2027. 2029. Oh, this one they paid off this one. This one is 2026, the Citibank one. I think they paid that one off already. We'll check. And then 2029. But, and look, all of these loans, they're unsecured. All of these loans are unsecured. People meaning that they didn't put up any collateral. People just give them the money. No, look at this one here. Here's the one I was telling you. This loan was received. So this loan was received from the government of Jamaica. And this was 1996. This was under the current, this was under the opposition party, but not really matter. They did this on behalf of the Jamaican people. And every single loan, all of them unsecure. All of them unsecure.
Next
so,
slide.
Yeah, man, bring it down now. See, every single one of them where you see the line, every single one of them is unsecured. Now, do you want to buy into that company? Not only that, there's another one here. There's another section where they talk about lawsuits. Here it is right here. Right here, legal dispute. And they said that as of December 2024, 2.9 million relating to legal action were made. So they paid $3 million, almost $3 million. When you buy these companies, you know, you're going to buy all of them things. Yeah. Because them people are going to sell you and them gone. Them sell you and them gone. And I think Kevin, I was looking for the part. I was looking for the one when who sell the power, who sells the independent. I think it's further up.
The power plants.
Yeah. I think it's. Hold on, let me see something. Hold on. I think it's further up. I just want to show you people because a lot of people think that JPS, they provide their own power and they don't.
One of the interesting things is that some of the entities providing that they're purchasing power from, they own. So
they own some of them, yes.
From themselves.
Yes. All right, here it is. Here it is. Power purchase contracts. They call it independent power providers.
The IPPs.
These are the people that buy power from. Here they are. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one, the Jamaica Private. How many of you have ever heard of these companies, by the way? The Jamaica Private Power Company Limited.
Make it bigger, Provost. Make it
bigger. Sorry.
There we go.
All right, there we go. These are the companies that the JPS is buying power from, right? This one, the Jamaica Private Power Company, they said as of December, a year ago, they said that there's a thing right here. It says, here it is. The group is currently negotiating, it's right here, in terms of the new contractual. So for all we know, they still have an agreement to purchase power from this company. Most of us know about the Wigton Wind Farm, right? I think that's the one near Spurtree Hill. So they have a contract with them. Here's another one, Jamaica Energy Partners. How many of you have ever heard of that company? Here's another one, West Kingston Power Partners. How many of you have heard of that company? Here's another one, Content Solar. Here's another one, BMR Jamaica Wind Limited. Here's another one, 8 Rivers Energy Company Limited. Here's another one, South Jamaica Power Company Limited. I think they own that one. And NFE South Power Holdings Limited.
So
9. 9 companies. This one, the first one, they said that they were negotiating, because remember, we're using the 2024 annual report. So 2025, we will know how many. But as of last year, these are the people providing power to JPS. Some of these companies, they own them. Some of them, they don't.
Marie said she know 2 of them, JPP and JEP. How you know them? I'm curious.
Did she respond? Let me remember.
Not yet. Somebody else said they know NFE.
Well, that's one. But here's the thing. The critical thing here is that they are purchasing. Think about it. So how can the consumer benefit from this? They are purchasing power from themselves and from others. And then they're turning around and they're selling the power to the public and to institutions. In fact, you want to hear something? I believe the largest customer for the JPS is Water Commission. Water Commission is the largest customer that they have. But the thing is, how can you benefit if they're buying from these companies? Of course, they have to. These companies are going to sell at a profit. They have to sell at a profit. So they're selling at a profit to JPS. Now, JPS is not going to absorb that. They're going to pass that on to the customer. That's why we have one of the highest electricity rates in the world. So then they turn around and then they suck it to the customers. So people will see what happened. And all they have to do, all they have to do is change the law. The law that says only JPS can sell power. That's all I'm have to do. Let me go back to, it's 7:01. I run out of time. All right, let me show you something. Let's skip this and then go to with the chart.
Let's see. Did I leave it down there? It should be at the end of at the very end of the list.
No. We also have a JPS bill. We're going to show that here next week and show you all kinds of things are going on.
Isn't that the end of the list?
No. It's the Hospital Workers Union.
Oh. Open PM. Sorry, Open PM. It's at the end of that list.
Is it this? Okay. All right. Here's what we are going to know. We have less than an hour. And we don't know if we'll be joined by Mr. Hugh Wildman. But the purpose of this exercise is to make it easy and simple for you to understand what's going on with the election debacle between Mr. Buchanan and the constituted authority. I need you to understand this, that it's not between Mr. Buchanan and the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is not a party to this lawsuit. It is between Mr. Buchanan and the constituted authority, the entity that said, we are not forwarding your petition or your complaint to the election court because we don't think that the evidence is worthy enough. We don't think you can get a conviction on this. They weighed the evidence. And so we were hoping that Mr. Wildman would join us today to talk about that aspect of it. But our aspect of it is to just show you the two laws. And believe me, you're going to be experts at this before the end of this hour. You are going to be expert at this. All right? Let me show you. Get your pen and paper ready. Get your pen and paper ready. Here we go. If ever there was a class where we are going to teach, this is the one we will teach, right? Because a lot of you, I know, don't have the time, and a lot of you don't have the inclination, and a lot of you, you read this stuff, it's going to read like a foreign language to you because of the way it's written. It's not written in a way that, some of it is not written in a way that's easily understandable. And that's where we come in. It's our job to make sure that we educate our people. Here we go. What we're going to do now is we're going to show you the two laws at play in this election case between Mr. Buchanan and the constituted authority. The judge said that Mr. Buchanan filed an election petition. All right, let's start here. Let's start here. We're looking at the Elections Petitions Act. This. See that? You see that date? 1885. There it is. That's when it was established. And over the years, they have changed it, bits and pieces of it. It's still in effect, but they've changed it. They've repealed certain things and added certain things. One of the things that they did in 1997 was they mentioned section 35 to 38 of the EPA. I think, yeah, it's the EPA, section 35 to 38 of the EPA. That came into being in 1997. And in that section, they talk about election court and this and that. But let's go before 1997 and get you updated. Here's what happened. Let's start right here. You have an election. And when you have an election, you have a winner, you have a loser. I mean, we all broke this down now to the bare essentials. Everybody's going to understand it. You have a winner and you have a loser. The loser, under this law, the loser can then say, you know what? I don't like what was done, and so I'm going to file in court to say that they robbed the election from me and we should have a do-over. Okay. That law, here's what it says. It says a petition, you have to file a petition. Under this law, you can only file a petition. And here's what it says. It says complaint of undue election or return, meaning the election or itself or the person being declared the winner. Here's where it must go. It must be presented to the Supreme Court. We are going to show you that Mr. Buchanan did not file a petition in the Supreme Court. So therefore, it cannot be an election petition. It cannot be this. It cannot be that. That's first requirement, that whatever you're filing under this law, the Elections Petitions Act of 1885, that it must be filed with the Supreme Court. That's one. Second thing is that when you file this report that you're going to file with the court, it must state in general terms why you're challenging the election. And you must say what you want. Here it is, and the relief being sought. So you need to do two things with this thing. You need to state in general terms. So you say, oh, I felt intimidated, or oh, I couldn't go because my dog died, or whatever it is. You have to put that in the document. Another thing that you must do with this petition, you must provide a security deposit to the court at the time of filing or within 3 days after. So when you file this report, you have to put up some money. And the money is to make to pay costs and expenses for your witnesses or court costs, all of that stuff. But you have to put up your money. That petition must be signed, and you must file it where? The Supreme Court. Next question: who can file this document? Who can file this? Who can file this this election petition? The clerk of the House of Representatives can file it if she get the concurrence of the House. If the House members say yes, we'll go ahead and file it. Clerk can file it. Who else can file? The Attorney General of Jamaica can file. Who else can file? This is key. See it right here? Anyone can file an election petition. So you don't have to be the losing candidate. You can be a person who believes that the person lost because there were shenanigans going on. And you can go and file it. And you file it where? Supreme Court. And you have to state the general terms. I'm filing it because I saw a man running off with a ballot box, and I saw them burning the ballots or what. You have to file it, and you have to state in general. You need not forget specific, just in general. And I'm skipping out some stuff here because, for example, it says you can file in general, but when you notify the winning candidate that you're filing the lawsuit, you have to give him specific. You have to give that person specifics. So you can say, hey, you can say to the court, all the ballots weren't counted. And you tell the court that. So I want a hearing. But when you, remember now, you have to serve the winner because you have to bring him come to court. So when you serve your papers to him, you have to say, all the ballots weren't counted because they were destroyed. You see the difference? One is just general. The other one, you get very specific. They were destroyed by two men wearing whatever. And here it is. Anybody can file. It can be filed by Attorney General, can be filed by the Clerk of the House of Representatives. Now, next question. When do you file? You must file it within 21 days after the election. If you file it 22 days, you're late. There's a provision for 28 days, but that is only relating to corruption. In general, it's 21 days. The only time you can file 28 days is if you're going to say, well, the winning candidate, I saw him giving people money for them to vote. That would be considered corruption. And then if that is your claim, you have 28 days. But if you don't have a claim of corruption, it's going to be 21 days. So for example, if you say, oh, when they came out, we were supposed to go a certain route and they didn't go that route. And as a result of that, I want a do-over. That wouldn't be corruption. That would be a violation of the rules, but it wouldn't be corruption. Or if you say, oh, a gunman came into the center and chased everybody away, and so we couldn't vote, that my people couldn't vote, that wouldn't be corruption. So for those claims, you would have to file within 21 days. Corruption, where you're paying somebody to vote, for example, that is 28 days. Get the difference? And next question. What about the trial? Let's say I do all of this. Let's say I file it with the court. I put up the security deposit. I notify the winning candidate. I sign it, file it, all of that. When is the trial? When we go to court? Here it is. The trial must be conducted by one judge. Only one judge. Go and listen to it. And it must be done within 20 days from the time you file your petition. So here it is. You must file your petition with the court within 21 days of the election. So you can file it on the 20th day. The clock starts to run for the trial the day you file. So if you file it, let's say after the election, you file it on the 10th day, then the 90-day period for the court starts to run on the 10th day, the day you file. It's the 90-day period does not have anything to do with the election directly. It's when you file. You trigger the court mechanism. You trigger you initiate, your initiation will cause a judge to be assigned and the matter be heard. So if you file it on the 22nd day and it's not a issue related to corruption, then the judge is not going to listen to your matter. Because once they look at it, they say, but wait a minute, this is corruption. It should have been, or if the judge even listens to it, he's going to say, I can't listen to this because it's corrupt. It's not corruption. And let's say it's not corruption and you mistakenly thought that it was an issue of corruption and you file 27 days. The judge is going to say, but wait a minute, you're 6 days late. You should have filed on the 21st day because it's not corruption. But there it is, people, in a nutshell. Now, here's what happened with this same law. This same law, 1885 law, in 1997, they had some sections right here, 35, this one, 35 to 38, right? And here's what it says. It says 35 to 30. It says, we now recognize that there's something called an election court. Because remember, down here, where you go? Right here, you go Supreme Court.
Supreme Court.
Right. Now they're saying in this section, there is an election court. And instead of one judge right here, it's now 3 judges for the election court. And they said, here, the trial must be had within 90 days of the filing of the petition. They said this election court is going to last 6 months from the date of election. So this court is going to be in existence for 6 months. Then it disappears until the next election. The procedure is that the election court comes into being on the day of election and 6 months after. And look at this. Remember down here I said that who can file? Anybody can file, including the Attorney General and the Clerk of the House. Look up here. Who can file? Only the constituted authority. And the court will only listen to this, an election notice application. And who can submit that? Constituted authority. These people right here. And remember what I said. For the election petition, how do you write up what happened? And they say you write it in general terms. You just put, the ballots weren't counted. That is what you tell the court. Now, when you write, when you tell the winning candidate that, look, I take you go to court because, we want to do this thing over, or you take whatever body it is, then you have to be specific. You have to tell them that the ballots weren't counted because I saw this man with a ballot box and he ran down the lane, and when I followed and I looked, I see him take out the ballots and then he lit them. Ballot burn up. You have to give them specifics. But for the court, you don't do that, right? Look here now. Now it changed. You have 5 grounds. You can't just come in and just say generally what happened. You have 5 grounds. The first one is that we have more votes than voters. When we open the ballot boxes, we say 100 ballots in there, and when we look at the voting list, we only have 75 people. So 25 people, 25 ballots are in the box that shouldn't have been in the box. That's one. Second one, the ballot boxes were stolen, destroyed, or tampered with. Third one, the presiding officer signed the ballots under duress because he have to sign off on them. And somebody put a gun to him and said, sign off on them. Sign off. The fourth one, some people who voted, they're not bona fide electors. That would go to number 1, where it says the votes, you have more votes than you have voters. More people voted than people on the list. And this would go to that. Number 4 would say votes cast by individuals who are not bona fide electors. So what this tells me is that if you vote twice, the first time you're a bona fide elector, the second time you're not. Because remember the principle, 1 man, 1 vote. Same man, same vote. And the last one is that there were violence and this is the key right here, irregularity on election day that results in a substantial distortion or subversion of the process of a free and fair election. All this means, people, this is similar to going back to one where they say you describe it in general terms, but here's what this is saying. This is saying something happened that cast doubt on the election being free and fair. Something happened. And that something could be when the ballot boxes left the polling stations, they were supposed to go to the counting station and they were supposed to follow a certain route. And then and they didn't allow us to stay in the vehicle with the ballot boxes. And then when we were supposed to come out and go right, and they come out and go left, and we had to follow them, and then we lost them. We didn't know where they were. That is an irregularity that cast doubt on the free and fair election. Another one would be, oh, you know, they had a whole bunch of people gathered in front of the polling station wearing a certain color and threatening us. We were wearing certain colors as well for the opposing party, and they threatened us and said we can't vote. If you look, that doesn't fall under 1, doesn't fall under 2, doesn't fall under 3, doesn't fall under 4. It would fall under 5 because they consider it an irregularity that would cast doubt on the election being free and fair because they're preventing people from voting. So this 1885 law, they amended it in 1997 and they added this part to it, 3538. So they recognize that. Now let's go to the second law. And let's go down, start right here. You have the election again. Election. Losing candidate. Losing candidate must do what? You must file an application within 40 days after the election. Remember this one up here? You file it when? 21 days. So this one is 3 weeks, them give you to file. This one, them give you 2 weeks to file. But here's who you file with. You file with the constituted authority. There is no Supreme Court here. So you file within 14 days of the election with this constituted authority. And remember the 5 things I just told you about. I just showed you. Those 5 things, you enumerate them. You write them down. You can't just make it general. You have to make it to fit one of those 5 categories. So within 14 days, you file it with them. Right? And then they have 28 days within which to send it off to the court. So you have 2 weeks to send it to them. But here's the thing. You have 2 weeks after the election. They have 4 weeks after the election, not 4 weeks from the time you file. Remember, we go up here and we said, remember, we show you this one, right? And we said that the judge is going to do it 90 days within from the filing of the petition, right? You file within 21 days of the election, and they file 90 days based on when you file. This one is different. This one is say, we don't care when you file. We are going to do it. We are going to say you must file your application. We are going to file it with the court within 21 days of the election, not 21 days after you file. 21 days, 28 days after the election. So you see that the timelines get tighter now because you have only 2 weeks after the election to file it, and they have 4 weeks after the election. So let's say you file it on, let's say the 14th day. So you took your 2 weeks. If you believe that, oh, 28 days, that's 4 weeks. So I have 4 weeks from the date, they have 4 weeks from the date I file, you would be wrong. Because why? It's 4 weeks after the election, not when you file. So it's a shorter period. And so when they send it to the constituted authority, the constituted authority send it to the election. They send it not to the Supreme Court, to the election court. The election court must have a hearing within 60 days after it is filed with them. And watch here. The court must issue a judgment within 2 days after the hearing. Up here, there's no such requirement. They just said the judge must have a trial within 90 days. When is he gonna make his decision? We don't know. We don't know. So, and then I just put this up there as a reminder, this one right here. No, sorry. Yeah. This is the second law, the Representation of People Act, 1944, right? And the section that we're concerned about is section 52A. The second law is the Election Petitions Act of 1885. And just as a reminder, this is what it says, that this election court, and if you notice, the election court was not defined in the Representation of People Act. It's not defined there in the new law. It's defined in the old law in 1997 when they changed it. And by the way, 1997 was the first time Andrew Holness competed for representational office. 1997, December 1997. And here it is again, 3 judges, petition, 6 months from the date of the election, the court will dissolve, and you must state the basis, and here are the 5 bases. So here it is right here. Now, here's what happened. The judge started talking about an election petition. Mr. Buchanan did not file an election petition because an election petition can only be filed with the Supreme Court. He didn't file with the Supreme Court. He filed this one. He filed with the constituted authority. And what she started saying, she started getting everything confused because she's saying, even though he filed within a reasonable amount of time, it didn't give the court wouldn't have enough time because then it would be the 28-day period would have expired. It's a whole bunch of nonsense. It's a whole bunch of nonsense. Here's what the law doesn't say. And here is where the legal minds start split hairs, right? The law doesn't say what is going to happen if the constituted authority rejects your application. The law doesn't start to talk about, well, if it's rejected, what about, because if you file it, right, on the 14th day, remember, no, they have 28 days after the election, not when you file it. So when you file it, they have 2 weeks. So let's say you file it and they come back and they give you, they reject it. No, you really can't go back to them because they've rejected it, right? And by the way, remember, you can't file with the election court on your own. These people have to file it for you, the constituted authority. So what the judge was saying was that if they got turned down and the time period to get it to the election court expired, or would have expired, because they went to the Supreme Court seeking relief, because you can go to the Supreme Court to seek relief. So the law doesn't mention anything about what happens if you file and it's rejected. And let me show you something. Hold on a second. With the 2 laws, I'm the Kevin, one of 52 and one of 35, 38. 52A. Let me get what are the 2 laws in there? Okay, here's the Election Petition Act. Oh, wait. No. Okay, here it is. All right. Remember I told you about the Election Petition Act. And let me just go up there just to not trick nobody to show you. Here it is, the Election Petitions Act. And let me show you. No, try to trick you. Here it is. 1885. And here is the 1997. That's the amendment. That's the one we're talking about. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. I'll show it to you down here. Here it is. Well, 1885, the law passed, but see, amended 1997. See, it's right there. 35, right? And here it is. It's telling you what the election court have to do. Now, remember, this is the same law that says you go to Supreme Court, you know, right? It gives you two options here. And here's the first one. Here's the first one. Hold on. Here it is right there. A petition may be presented to the Supreme Court. It's right there. Who may present petitions? Supreme Court. And here it tells you who. Clerk, right? Attorney General. And look in B. Look in B. Look at the last part of B. It says by the Attorney General or, oops. I'll go on now. Hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, here it is. Or by any other person. B. Right? So it gives you that option. And then watch here. Let's look at the dates. Let's go back and look at the dates. That option was given to you in 1963. See it right here?
Provost, you say somebody just joined us?
Who? Oh, hey, Mr. Wildman. Mr. Wildman. Don't bring him on. Brother Hugh.
How are you? What's going on?
We can't see you though.
We can't see you. We have...
I'm actually coming from the gym, you know. So
I know. Show off, you come show off and we, you know.
No, you take me away.
Yeah, show off with the muscle, but that's all right. No problem. So, all right. Mr. Wama, what I was doing was I was just explaining to our audience, to our beloved people, about these two things. I was going through, I went through the Election Petitions Act to show them the requirements, right? Yeah. Show them that it was a Supreme Court, but that in 1997, they added section 35 to 38 that mentions the election court.
Yes.
And then I showed them all of this stuff saying in the Election Petitions Act, anybody can file it. You must put up a security deposit.
Yes.
It must be general terms. You must file it within 21 days, except in the issue where there's corruption and it's 28 days. Trial done by one judge within 90 days of the filing.
Yes.
Then I brought them over to Representation of the People Act and showed them that here they talk about the time period. Losing candidate must file within 14 days after the election. The constituted authority must file within 28 with the election court 28 days of the election. And the court must have a hearing within 60 days of the filing of the application and must issue that judgment within 48 hours.
Yes.
Told them that, listen, the problem here is that the law doesn't say what happens. It doesn't specify that if you're rejected by the constituted authority, here's what happens.
Yes.
Right? It kind of presumes that everything is going to go and
that's correct. Yes.
All right. So now I'm glad you're here and I think you time it right because we only have 28 minutes left. But what I would like for you to do now is if you can just talk to us now about what Mr. Buchanan did under the Representation of People Act, as opposed to what the judge is saying that he should have also done under the Elections Petitions Act.
Well, Mr. Buchanan did what the law says he can do under the Representation of the People's Act. He made the application to the constituted authority for them to intervene and to send the matter to the election court, as opposed to the election petition, which you go straight to file a petition challenging the outcome of the election. And that's a different regime. This is a more modern regime that, based on the history of elections in Jamaica, the parliament of the country felt that there was a need to act swiftly after elections, or even during the election. And so they devised a mechanism whereby you can go straight to a body And that body acts as a sifting process and determine whether election should be voided by reference to an election code set up under the Election Petition Act.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the difference in the regimes. One, you go straight to election petition formally. Now you come to under the Representation of the People's Act, the constituted authority set up under Section 44. And you have, once you show them that there are circumstances that warrant the intervention of the election code, then they should send it to the election code.
So, let me just put this up here. We did this on Monday, but I need to put this up because, again, folks, this is a case where the prime minister, where he wasn't prime minister, was a candidate,
yes,
and he ran against Mr. Blake, and the similar thing happened, and
yes,
so they went right here. They went to the election court. Here it is, right here. They went to the
because
election
on
court.
that occasion, the constituted authority was the one who made the referral to the election court. They, on their own volition, they thought there was a need to go to the election court. So they referred it to the election court on their own motion.
Okay. Now, here is something, because Mr. Andrew Holness at the time objected to it because he said it was a petition.
Yes.
And he said one of the things that Mr. Blake Mr. Blake didn't put up the security deposit.
And they rejected that notion because this is not an election petition. This is a new regime set up under the Representation of the People's Act to void election. So that argument did not find favor with the court.
Okay, sir. All right. Let me just put it up to the people. All right, here it is. That section 40, Mr. Holness was saying that, here it is, that section 4D was not complied with.
Yes.
Because the security payment for the cost had not been given.
That's
and
correct.
therefore it was, it couldn't stand. Because
he's arguing. They were trying to treat it as a petition, election petition, when it was not.
Exactly. And here is what the court said. The court, let me get to it quickly.
Rejected that argument.
The court said, I find the submission untenable.
Yes.
The motion to void an election clearly is not an election petition.
That's correct. That's correct.
The court went on to say, and this is very important language. Yes. The court went on to say the voiding of an election is a new and different regime created by the recent amendment to the Representation of the People.
And I pointed out that in the submission before the judge. I pointed all of that. That was presented to the judge.
So, Mr. Wyman,
all of that argument was presented to the judge by me.
So, what went wrong?
I am baffled myself because all of that was put to the judge. That this is not an election petition. This is a new regime, which was identified in the Blake Holness and Blake case, and they rejected the argument that they should be treated similarly. They are two different regimes. So that argument was put up by me.
Some people, and I tell you, I've gotten calls from attorneys in Jamaica. They don't understand it. They've read the opinion,
yes,
and they're saying to me that, hey, this opinion sounds like it's sound legally. And I said, no, it's not.
Can't be sound. Can't be sound.
What do you say to somebody like that? Somebody who's steeped in the legal profession, but they're not aware of these two laws. How do you
they may not be knowledgeable about these things. So people can be lawyers, but they're not knowledgeable about these things. So until you have satisfied yourself in terms of the learning, you may be fooled into believing that it is the same thing, but it is not.
No, on Monday when we had the discussion, we would ask what's next, and you said, well, we're willing to go to if need be, we will go to the Privy Council because this is a matter that must be resolved at the highest levels.
That's correct.
Where are we with that right now? I know that you said that.
Yeah, the application to go to the appeal court has been filed, waiting on a date from the Supreme Court to hear that application. Once you see because it's an interlocutory matter, you have to get leave to go to the Court of Appeal. So that's what we're trying to do right now. So once we get that leave, we go straight to the Court of Appeal to argue the case on an appeal.
No, when you get to the school me here, when you get to the Court of Appeal,
yeah,
what will be the issue? Will the issue be the decision made by the judge, this that just rendered this opinion, or would it be the constituted authority's decision?
No. It will be to overturn the decision of the judge, and also to grant leave to go for judicial review. Right? That is what we had sought in the first place, to get leave, which the judge was supposed to have given us, which she did not. So the Court of Appeal would be asked to overturn her decision and to grant the leave to go to the Judicial Review Court.
Okay, good. Now, how much time are we talking? Because
it should be quick, because we're saying that we have filed already. Once we get a date, that can be heard in a day, and then we go to the Court of Appeal.
And if
and
the
then
Court
at the
of
Court of
Appeal,
Appeal, we argued for the court to overturn what the judge did.
right, but
And,
then you're right.
and also to overturn what the constituted authority did.
So then, will the matter be sent back to the constituted authority to send it to the election court?
No.
Where does it go?
We are asking the Court of Appeal to intervene, to grant the leave to go to the Judicial Review Court to quash the decision of the constituted authority in refusing to send the matter to the election court. Remember, we asked for mandamus, you know. So the Court of Appeal would be asked to compel them to send it to the election court.
Okay, so it's not going to go to the constituted authority. It's going to go straight to the election court.
Well, if the mandamus is granted, they in effect would have to just comply and send it to the election court.
Okay. Now, people have made argument. I won't render my opinion on it. I'll just tell you and ask. I'll just mention it and ask you the question.
Yes.
They've said that the election court, the life of an election court, is 6 months from the day of election.
Yes.
Set up the day of election and then 6 months after to review matters.
Yes.
Talk to us now about going beyond the 6 month period. Let's say, so the 6 month period is going to end March 3rd.
Yes.
So let's say that all of this is resolved in April or May of next year.
Yes.
Explain to us, how do you survive that argument that the court is no longer in existence? And so what do you do now? Because the 6 months.
Well, if the process is stymied because of judicial, the judicial process, that cannot be used to prejudice the client. The fact is that if the matter should have been sent to the election court in the first instance, then the election court would have to be convened to accommodate the application if the court were to agree with us that this matter ought to have gone in the first instance. Because as I was saying, that if it is a nullity, then the election court life would not have ended, because it should have entertained the application by a referral from the constituted authority had the normal things been done.
Right.
So time would not run against an applicant who successfully challenged the decision of the election of the constituted authority in that regard.
Because here is how I read this, right? The way I read it is, that all things being equal, these are the timelines.
Yes.
I don't read it as strict as some of my colleagues would say. Well, it says 6 months, and I'm saying no, it's 6 months if
6 months when things, if you follow this the letter of the law, 6 months. But if you acting on a nullity, in this case, you have established that the constituted authority did something that was not supposed to be done by them, then in law it will be said that they never made a decision. That's why you're asked to quash it by way of certiorari. They never made one. So if they never made one, then the life of the election could not have run from a certain time.
And here is why I say that.
The life of the court would run from the time when the decision was properly made.
Okay. And here's my take on it, right? If you look at 4, it says the election court shall, within 6 months of the date of the taking of the poll, 6 months after the election date, determining all matters brought before the court.
Exactly.
So if the matter was never brought to the court, then it can't be 6 months.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly. That's the point.
So, Mr. Wildman, don't tell me that is only me and you and Kevin and a few other people see it this way. Why is it that people don't see this?
No, because they just look at, they look at the surface of the thing, but not looking at the nuances of it.
It's all about the headlines and not the body.
The nuances
the details.
Well, one of the things we have done, and people, let me just make it be clear, Mr. Wildman did not ask me to do it. I chose to do it because of our mandate. The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is wedded to the idea that we need to hold government accountable. There has to be rule of law. And also we have to protect the sanctity of the election process. Free and fair election, one man, one vote, same man, same vote. And to that extent, I've asked all of you, and like I said, Mr. Wildman has nothing to do with this. I've asked all of you for weeks now to put aside $100 because we would like to support this appeal. And we want to support the appeal, and we want to make it abundantly clear. We're not supporting a party. We're not supporting a candidate. We're supporting the principle.
Yes.
It could have been somebody from UIC, NDM, Up Jamaica, the JLP. We don't care.
Yeah.
Provided, there's a feeling that the process wasn't fair.
That's correct.
We are going to support the appeal. And we made it clear that whatever money we raise, the money is not going to a political party. The money is not going to a political candidate. It is going to the attorney representing the principle, representing the interest at trial or at the hearing. And some of you have already started to submit funds. And I'm going to appeal to you now that please send your $100 now or whatever you can afford. I remember what I told you. I said, I'm going to put 200. I need you to send your money. And when you send it to the OJLDF, please indicate on it that it is for, just write the word appeal. Just put appeal. Put appeal and we will know that this money is earmarked. We have some women now controlling the account, So we have checks and balances and they're looking. So they're making sure that whatever comes in and it comes in to support OJLDF, that is set in a separate pot from what comes in for something else, like the relief effort or an appeal. Some of you have started already sending your money in. I'm going to urge, I'm going to suggest, I'm going to plead, I'm going to beseech you to start sending your $100 or whatever it is that you can afford. If it's only $50, a lady called me this morning and said, if it's only $20, me have to go send it come because I believe in the rule of law. And we cannot have laws violated and we just sit back because you know what that does? It encourages people to continue breaking the law.
Yeah.
And we can't do that. So, Mr. Wildman, we only have a few minutes left.
Yes.
Anything you'd like to say to the people here?
Well, it is good that people are really interested in a matter of like this because, as you say, it goes to the heart of the democratic process. And we think that it is not good for us to have a bad decision standing as representing the law of the land. So where we find, as in this case, that the judgment is very, very deficient and falls short of what should have been, I think it is a duty of us lawyers to put it right, get it right, because we can't allow this to stand as a precedent. And we're saying that there are a number of flaws in the decision which we need to have corrected.
Let me ask you this. What's the, I forgot the name of the body that disciplines attorneys, but then there's also one for the judges. Is it the Judicial Commission?
Well, the judges are only answerable to the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. They're the only ones who...
Judicial and Legal Services Commission.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
Is this something, and I'm not asking you if you're going to do it, but is this something that people who are concerned about decisions rendered by judges, decisions that seem to be baseless, decisions that seem to be baseless. Now, we're not talking about a decision that's close.
That is where you have the Court of Appeal comes in. If something is so wrong, then it has to be corrected by the Court of Appeal.
But can in terms of disciplining the attorney, is there something that regular citizens can
judge?
No, you can't just say that because a decision may be bad that you can say that is a basis to impeach a judge. It has to be something to do with conduct outside of a judgment that is rendered. You may criticize the judgment as met. So if you think the judgment is so wrong, you go to the Court of Appeal and try and set it aside.
That's what appeals are for.
That's what appeals.
Yeah, but I'm talking about beyond appeal, because if a
judgment that would not give rise to quote unquote misconduct in and of itself, unless there are other things there.
If there are a series of events along that line, now you can say, all right, here's evidence of a recurrence, and at that point,
no, even a line of bad decision in and of itself does not give rise to disciplinary action. You have to show something like amounting to judicial misconduct.
What does that give us? Give us a definition of judicial misconduct.
I mean, I can take various forms. I don't really want to specify. I mean, I think you can use your imagination here. You don't want me to tell you all of that. But it has to be something that goes outside of the normal judicial process. You get me?
Yes.
Something that would bring the bench and the judicial process
into this review.
Okay. As in affiliations?
Pardon me?
As in affiliations?
Affiliation?
Yes. If
I don't want to get into those nuances. But I think people understand what we're saying here. It has to be something that amounts to judicial misconduct. Not, in other words, even if you think a judge is not competent to the point that, they are giving good judgment, that by itself does not give rise to judicial disciplinary action.
Right. I see in the chat here, African Newbie said bribery would be one.
Most definitely.
And another person said political influence or coercion, but you have to prove that.
How you prove that? How do you prove that?
How do you prove that? Unless you have a tape and somebody else tape recorded, there are three people and somebody taped it.
You'd have to prove. You'd also have to prove prejudice. So
All right. One last question before, and I know Kevin have a question because we only have 9 minutes left. This is a different question. This is aside from what we're discussing. Is there a constitutional provision or any provision anywhere in Jamaica that prohibits a criminal, and when I say a criminal, somebody who commits a crime while being a parliamentarian, is there a law prohibiting that person from returning to the parliament?
Yeah, the Constitution. If you are given a sentence for in excess of 6 months, you can't be a parliamentarian.
Less than 6 months?
Less than 6 months, but in anything excess of that.
Because the reason I'm asking is because Marissa Dalrymple Philibert pled guilty. And she was facing, I know they fined her, but she was facing prison term. Well,
because that is what the sentence was. Because the Constitution makes provision for disqualification and tells you what are the things that could disqualify you from being eligible for both a member of the lower house and the upper house.
Does it make a distinction between crimes committed while you're a parliamentarian?
It doesn't matter. Once you have not been given a sentence in excess of a certain period.
Okay. Kevin?
The man answer the question. I don't want to get too deep in because we are pressed for time right now. But it's always a pleasure to learn something new or to brush up on something that was missed along the lines. And your direct involvement and willingness to clear up cloudy matters, Hugh, is greatly appreciated, loved.
Yeah.
And I wish you all the best. The you already stated that you're willing to go as far as the Privy Council.
Yeah.
This timeline now, though,
Yes.
we're looking at the next month?
Yeah. Yes. We once we get the leave. I mean, if we, for example, that could be done next week. If we get the date next week, and we get the clearance to go to the Court of Appeal, we file the appeal. Then that is a matter of months. It could be a month. It could be a month. It could be 2 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me ask you, if let's say you go to the Court of Appeal,
yes,
and the Court of Appeal rejects your argument,
yeah,
do you have to get permission from the Court of Appeal to go to the Privy Council?
Yes, but even if that permission is denied, you can still go to the Privy Council.
Okay. Well, look, Mr. Wildman, I want to thank you for your time. I know that it's been a very, very busy afternoon for you. And you and I will be talking soon, sir. So
Yes.
say hello to your lovely assistant and continue to take care of yourself.
Shut the boss. She the boss.
Assistant Wavis. Yeah. All right. Take care, brother. We'll talk soon.
Great.
All
Yeah,
right.
Okay, great.
All right. Yes, people. Well, there you have it. Everything that you wanted to know about this case, it's there. You can go back and review. And I think that the judge overlooked it when it says the election court shall, within 6 months of the date of the taking of a poll, determine all matters brought before the court. So if it was never brought before the court, then the 6-month period doesn't pertain. And then there are other clauses in here that a strict reading would tell you that what the judge did. And I mean, again, you have to, you respect the opinion, but you disagree with it. You respect it, say, okay, the judge listened to the matter, and the judge wrote an opinion. Fine. But you can take issue with it. And so there you are. Patricia DJ say our cousin of Wildman. Okay. Oh, so Wildman, if you're watching, you have a cousin, I know, Patricia. So, all right. All right, folks, 7:55, 5 minutes to go. I cannot believe the time just flies so fast. We didn't even get that time. We didn't even finish up with Minister Vaz and the JPS and the annual report, because there's the annual report, people, that's gonna take
just starting. That is just starting.
There's so much inside that annual report that'll just make your head spin. That when you listen and you read the stuff in the annual report, you'll ask yourself this question: why is the Jamaican government loaning JPS 150 million? You're gonna ask yourself that question because there is no reason to loan them 150 million. There's no reason. Remember now, them get 50 million from taxpayers, I'm sure you the phone bill where it says miscellaneous, and the miscellaneous is almost as much bill as a light bill. How many of you in Jamaica with a light bill look at the miscellaneous section and ever ask yourself, what is miscellaneous? And why it's so expensive? What is miscellaneous and what is so expensive? These are the things that you have to think through, my people. So 7:56. Hey, listen, folks, tonight we have a special show. We have two special shows. We have, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, DJ Kevin Stew. He'll be on in about 3 minutes. And then I will be on in about 2 hours and 3 minutes. And he has a special show lined up for you because he was away last week. And I have a special show lined up for you. And you can't miss tonight's show. So wherever you are, people in Jamaica, just have people
Reggae Global Radio. Reggae Global Radio.
Reggae Global Radio. You have to go to Reggae Global, not YouTube. Reggae Global Radio. Just Google Reggae Global Radio. 3 words. Just do that, and you'll catch the DJ Kevin Stew now, and then you'll catch me in about 2 hours and 3 minutes or so. So, Kevin, you have the music for Let Me Out, yeah?
You have it, you turn off everything. I'm to this, brother. In fact, let me play this.
Me say, all right, Kevin don't need me, but I have 2 minutes. So let me just.
What we do need to do is run this ad one more time. It's right as well. right just up beside me. Because it's just over a minute and we have just about a minute. Come now, something. Come now. Here we go. Run this.
October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon her homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.
All right, folks, listen, we only enough time to play the music. It's 1 minute before 8 o'clock. And so here I am. Thanks for tuning in. And I will see you in 2 hours' time. Go and check out DJ Kevin Stew right now. Thank you very much.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.